Over the morning. The meeting is being held live and in person at Hawaiian and virtually via interactive conference technology. I am Chairman Anderson, Chairman Designate of the Hawaiian Home Commission, and today is Wednesday, February 22nd. The time is 9:40. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wolf,
Here.
Commissioner Freitas,
Here.
Commissioner Helm,
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini,
Aye.
Commissioner Kopu,
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o, here, Commissioner Nevitz,
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya,
Here.
Chair Anderson.
Here.
9 members present, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Cope, would you please give our pulley this morning?
Mahalo, e puli kako. Mahalo kia koa for a beautiful day to be here at Halepono'i to do the work that has been set for us today. We thank you for the rain and the weather that brings life to our land. And this morning it brings all of our commissioners here to do our duty, to do our task. And we ask that you be with us, that your presence be in this building and in this place as we do the work, as we consider the matters, and as we render our duty to the commission and to our beneficiaries. We pray for our beneficiaries and all of our homesteaders and everyone who is waiting on a list and waiting for their opportunity. We pray for our department and our staff, our interim chair, and all of our people who work and pull together for the betterment of our beneficiaries. We ask your love and guidance over the entirety of our meeting, including whatever meal and food we may share, and then get us home safely as we go back to our daily lives. All these things we ask in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And in his name we say amen.
Amen. Amen. Mahalo nui, Commissioner Cope. Okay, announcements. We have D1 HSD reports, F4 right of entry permit for trucking at Kahiki Nui, Maui. F5 for information, F5 for information only, status on general lease extensions in Mauna Luakai. E1 for info only, implementation progress report as of February 13th for Act 279. E2 for information only, Kapolei project updates. G3 for information only, Evomoku region plan implementation update. G4 for information only, fiscal year 2003 department grant solicitation status update. Exec session, Kalima and Department of Interior update. Public testimony will be taken following the approval of the agenda. Please sign up at the reception table or raise your virtual hand if you do wish to speak. The commission will convene for lunch and an executive session at approximately 12 noon for roughly 60 minutes. Our contested case hearings will start at 2:30. So please do keep in mind, we must recess at 2:30 for the contested case hearings as to reflect the agenda and to comply with the Sunshine Law. Okay. So our first registered testifier this morning is Francine Escolardo. Please come forward. Aloha, good morning. Aloha, good morning. Please proceed.
So you called me because I put in. I'm just curious to find out. I'm not here for the lawsuit, if anything. All I'm here is to find out what my status or my lineup on the waiting list, for getting in a house or something, a property. I know that I don't qualify for the lawsuit of whatever it is to get the, compensation.
Mhm.
I'm not looking at that because I don't qualify.
Okay.
But it's for the people that, since 1995. And I didn't sign up until maybe 2005 to see if I could get a property on Hawaiian homeland. That's only my interest of why I'm here, to find out what's going on. And also, I tried to call to talk to someone that can help me to see where it's going. And every time I call, I would be talking to someone else because I would leave a message and they would call me back. I explained to them what I was looking at. And they said, okay, we'll check and we'll have somebody call you. Now,
So you're inquiring about your status on the wait list where you are?
yeah,
Understand?
it's nothing about the lawsuit of getting the monies from whatever it is. Okay, it's just to find out where I am in line about getting a property.
Okay.
Yeah,
Would you be comfortable today talking with staff to
yeah.
get
They
some
would,
answers here?
tell me,
You can do that.
I'll refer you to this, whoever, and they will have somebody call you back. Now, the times that they call me back, which I left my number at home, and I also left my cell number. And every time they would call, either I was busy or it's just off the wall time when they call me back. And then when I call back, there's no direct number to reach them, it's the other number, which you leave a message on.
Okay.
So I already talked to Evelyn, I talked to Jacqueline, I talked to Renee, and they always tell me the same thing. We would have your problem, be looked at, and have somebody call you back.
Okay.
That's all my concern is, nothing else,
Okay, look,
Okay.
fair point. Could we have you talk? Juan, would you be okay talking with Ms. Escalardo on the side and okay, so we can address that today. Juan, would you also please pull in Stacy and Eli, our beneficiary outreach coordinator? So Stacy and Eli is our beneficiary outreach coordinator. We do need to ensure that you have her contact as well as your direct line to communication with the beneficiary coordinator. So if you could talk with Juan, he will bring in Stacy and they'll talk with you this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Julie Louis. Followed by Donna Sterling via Zoom. Aloha, good morning.
Aloha, good morning. Thank you, everyone. I'm the office manager at Iwohi Brothers Trucking, and we are on Hawaiian homelands out in Barbers Point. And 4 years ago, approximately, I came to this meeting to ask for a correction in a payment dispute that we've been going a number of years. We've asked for an audit. We haven't gotten it. Our account as of last month looked nuts. However, I don't know if everyone realizes this, but we get billed for electricity sometimes 8 months at a time, 6 months at a time. There are on your own spreadsheets, checks that you have received that on one page show that you've received them, yet on another page, they show as open. And that's about $13,000 that we're looking for. There's another 3 transactions that say that they were billed in 2016. However, in printouts in 2016 and 17 and part of 18, they don't even appear. So our account never, ever looks like it's balanced. It always looks like we are behind some $20,000 or more, which is not correct. We are current on our rent. We do owe for some past utilities. However, those utilities, like I said, were the electricity that were billed, I believe it was 8 months in one time. There's not a way to just send money, like, oh, just send it in, because we don't know where it goes. We've asked, I've come to a meeting, we've emailed, I'm at a loss as to what to do now. We've gotten letters saying we're not going to, February, that you're not going to renew our right of entry. But, and one of the reasons it was listed is because we were behind. Part of that was for February with 6 months of electricity, February's rent that had not been billed to us yet. And that was in the tune of about $30,000 right there. We were told we would have an opportunity, but that was just the letter. We don't know what to do now. No, we're not intending to move anytime soon. We are, like I said, we are current on our rent and the most recently billed utilities. We also, or I would like everyone to know that when we asked Department of Hawaiian Homelands for a statement, we are consistently told the HHL does not reprint statements. I don't know of any entity within the state of Hawaii, Hawaiian Electric Board of Water Supply, Macy's, that you can't stroll in and say, I'd like a copy of my statement. Normally the question is, how would you like it? Email, text, fax, phone, come in, pick it up. The HHL is just, there's no reprint. So if it got lost, damaged, or there's a question on it, there's nothing. You can get a spreadsheet printed out in itty bitty teeny tiny font, multiple pages. And I have seen it where it's two different spreadsheets. It's two different Excel sheets. Sometimes they match up, sometimes they don't. And then when we are questioned, what is this? Why were we not billed? There's 3 transactions that we were never, ever, ever billed for, but yet they appear. So I'm just would hope that somebody can fix this. It's like I said, it's been going on for years and I don't know what to do.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Torrio.
are you done, Julie?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. She did, Miss Louie was here, I think in 2021 and 22 regarding your, were you here?
No,
What
I-
year you was here?
2019.
2019 disputing the rental. Currently, it shows that $30,919 on utilities. So that's what the outstanding balance is.
That would be, actually, there's only 16,000 in electricity that we have been billed for. We have not received our March statement yet, to owe, and I don't know how many there would be.
So you mentioned that you were, this is June 22, that's just last year. So
Okay.
you mentioned that your rent was, you're okay with your rent, you're not
Mhm.
behind with your rent,
Mhm.
but my documents show that you were behind at least 63,000 rent, so that was all cleared?
Yes, rent
Okay.
is cleared.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know how, I gotta watch how I put this. Okay, so, did you recently receive a letter from the department that the ROE would be, expired and did you receive a letter from the department that
Mhm.
your ROE would be, expired due to the, rental delinquents and the utilities?
We did get that letter. However, the letter, it was dated January 20th.
Mhm.
On the 20th, actually on the 19th, we were current with the rent at that point. The day after that letter was written, we were current. And like I said, it doesn't reflect it because we hadn't been billed for February. That included February's bill and 6 months of electricity. And that doesn't even bring up all of the current electricity too. So the billing,
And
to
you
say
have
the
those
least.
documents, Julie? You have those documents?
Mhm.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have it today with you?
Not with me today, but I have emailed it to our land agent. He did receive it. Mr. Albino received it. So we did send it in. We have asked, and it's the same printouts we keep asking questions on.
Okay. I think, Mr. Chair, I think, I gotta be careful because this was in our executive session yesterday on calendar
Understand.
delinquent, so
Understand.
I don't wanna say anything that I shouldn't, but I think that, I would recommend now that we do put this back in executive session,
For today.
to discuss this, so we can hear from staff and see where we're at. I mean, if she's saying that the rent is up to date on a certain date and, just the balance of the utilities, and I'd like to hear what staff has to say.
Come forward. Please.
Unless you want to do it right now.
No, we can do it right now until
mean,
the
Ryan,
Deputy Attorney General tells us to stop.
Okay, so
Hi.
I didn't hear anything from the
Hi,
Attorney
Johanna.
General.
Nice
I'm
to meet you again.
Yeah, I'm asking, is it feasible to go in ES or rather than bring it all up here?
It's, if there's any legal questions for me, then we should go into executive session, but if it's more of a factual matter that you wanna.
Let's try with the factual matter first.
Okay, because, so what we discuss in ES, we can bring it up here then in the open?
If there is a legal question, so if you have any questions for me, then we should go into executive session, but if it is, to corroborate statements from the.
Okay. Because there was a
Justify.
position taken on this particular ROE. And so now I'm very concerned of the position we took of,
Of what we took.
what we took. And
Yeah.
so,
If your concerns are about the position of the commission during the executive session, then perhaps we should go into. executive
that's
session.
what I'm asking you. Thank you, Mr. AG, for that.
Mr. Albino, can you talk about the documents? What do you have?
Yeah, so we did mail.
From a factual standpoint
Yep,
of what you
We
have.
did mail Ms. Louie and Hawaii Trucking a notice.
Yeah.
And I believe as she had noted, it was like either the 17th or 19th, it was dated
It was dated on the 20th,
20th.
which was the day after we paid up our rent.
Okay, and so we printed information from what we had.
Mhm.
Although Ms. Louie is saying that they sent in payment, we did not record any payment coming in at the time we sent the
Correct.
notices out. Okay, and
Have you
From
since
that-
received the payment?
I believe we had. I
Okay.
believe we received some payment. Yeah, but not.
Are we current?
Curing the exact amount that we had put in the notice.
Correct.
But
The exact amount that was in the notice was $69,000.
you paid all of that?
No, we did not,
Okay.
because
How much did you
there's
pay?
just about 40, because there is the $18,000, 13, just under 14 of which are checks that you have already received. And then the other 5,000, which we don't know what it's for. We never received a bill for it. And I don't know of anybody that would just
But you're
hand
saying your
out.
lease, are you saying that your lease rent is current, but your utilities are not? Is that what you're telling us?
Correct.
I need to confirm
Do
that.
your records reflect that, Mr. Albino?
I would need to confirm that as of today.
Chair,
not
can
sure
I
yet.
have a point of
Thank
order,
you.
please? Can we go into executive session?
Yeah. Yeah.
We could.
Yeah, I
That's
think
a
it's
motion.
very important that we do because we don't wanna, there was a motion taken and we don't wanna do something where there's something else that we're missing. And so, I think this has to be discussed. I mean, if they're current with the rent, like the other tenant was current with the rent, we allowed other tenant to stay. And so.
Members, did you want to go into exec now, or do you want to take this
Chair,
item?
finished, but thank you very much.
So, Commissioner Trujillo, you want to go into exec right now? We can if you'd like to.
Oh, are you asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know. Pleasure of the board. I think we should.
Chair, I make a motion, we go into executive session, please.
Thank you.
Right now?
Second.
Yes.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed, say no. pursuant to section 92.5A4 Hawaii Revised Statutes to consult with its attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. Oh, you guys-
Thank you, Commissioner Nevis.
Okay, okay. So see that you have signed up for the J agenda.
Yes.
Okay, so we can have, you are permitted to return and speak then as well if you would like.
Okay, do you need any information from me when I return?
It would be
It
beneficial.
would be, it would help.
Any information.
Okay, okay.
The information that Commissioner Turia,
Whatever
mentioned.
documents that you have, I would request if you can bring it with you, you know.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, it's just sometimes just taking it verbally by mouth doesn't really, show anything. But
okay.
I think what they're doing right now is getting their paperwork together when we get to that area.
Okay, that'd be great.
Commissioner Nevis, you have anything else to add?
No, that's it. Like, and any information would help us,
Yeah.
resolve it.
Commissioner Coco?
Chair, yeah, I have a just quick question.
Sure.
When you mention, is my mic on? Yeah. When you mention that you're current on rent, but maybe not the utilities.
Correct.
But so under your ROE is by definition rent inclusive of your utility charges? That's typical.
We've always been billed separately.
Right, but under your well, I'll just wait till the statement comes in, but I'm guessing that when you say you're current on rent, you're meaning you're current on your base rent that's.
The
due
base rent,
under
yes.
ROE, but not rent. as
No,
defined
because in
through-
2020, I think like 8-9 months of it came in all like
One
one
time.
time.
Yeah, and you've been behind on that payment.
Correct.
Yeah. And I think, I don't know, but when these checks are coming in and you're saying they're not being applied against the rent, I think, we should have Kahana confirm this. But what happens is when you have a delinquency, even though you're paying the base rent, if you're delinquent on the utilities, it gets applied to whatever's outstanding at the time. Yeah, that's most typically how accounting is done.
And part of our frustration was that is we were advised in 2013 to make separate checks for the rent, the water and the electricity, and that they would be applied as directed because there was such difficulty. And there is an email saying we will apply as directed. And there's an email also stating we cannot be kicked out because we are behind in utilities, but that we must stay current in rent. And we've always gone by that.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks for the help.
Thank you. So after lunch, you guys break at 12, so I just don't want to be late.
We're gonna break at 12.
I'll be back by 12.
12:30.
Okay,
All right,
thank you very much. I
Ms. Louie.
appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Donna Sterling. Followed by Puni Kekaoha, followed by Jessica Andrade.
Hi, aloha commissioners and
Aloha.
and Chair Anderson. Hi, from Kiyikinui. I'm here in support of F4, which is Rojack Trucking. And my name is Donna Sterling. For those that don't know, I'm a resident here, 22 years, lot 41. I'm also the president of Kihikinui Hawaiian Homestead Association, a Department of Interior registered association, and also the applicant with the Board of Reclamation, not the applicant for F4. The applicant is Rojack Trucking that's going to haul the water. And we support the land management division and the department planning office recommending the approval of the requested motion action as stated under F4 to Rojack Trucking, a longtime Maui family business. Meetings last year with Ka'ohano Kahikinui and Kahikinui Hawaiian Homestead Association and Rojack were completed, and the information that was shared among the three organizations were fluid and transparent. A special appreciation to the people that were so brave and did something in moving this project forward almost a year and 6 months. We were the only applicant at the Board of Reclamation. And I'd like to run through the mahalos, and they are those people that submitted the project, including administrative support, frontline mana'o of needs, beneficiaries, and countless phone calls at 4 a.m. and Zoom, etc. Those that supported our project with letters of support for this project, especially Ka'ohana o Kahiki Nui, Board of Directors, and Pa'upen Community Development. Other stakeholders, especially the driver of the project, the state Seaworm, specifically Neil Fujii, Kaleo Manuel, DHHL Department, Maui County Council member Shen Senensi, KHHA board members and leasees, Hannah Domingo, Michael Pasqua, Mika Pasqua, Kavika Davidson, Calais Cleveland, and Faith Chase, who wrote and submitted the project back in August of 2021. Also on the federal side, Ken Iskaran, point of contact for the Board of Reclamation, Chris Boz, who will be he's a tank man here in Maui. He owns Eco Products, Maui tank supplier, Desiree Graham, a homesteader 24/7, our friend and homesteader Sam Hambeck, administrative support Noah McDonald. And these are the family, friends, leasees, neighbors, homesteaders that all collectively did their kuleana to move this project forward, especially Commissioner Randy Awo. KHHA was the only applicant, as I said before. Again, mahalo to all who were brave and did something for our project. And now with the, it's in your hands, commissioners, to favorably approve the F4 and kick the ball between the goalpost and for a touchdown of delivery of water to our homesteaders. And I'll close with this. During this process, we extended source money for 10,000 gallon water tanks. And we'll see where that goes. But that's in preparation of 23 vacant lots being awarded this year. So with the incentive of water tanks and with the water coming for a year to 18 months delivered to our main gate, we thought that the tanks were appropriate. So that's coming down the pipe for our homesteaders. That's it. I'm very happy. Thank you, commissioners and Chair Anderson. Welcome.
Thank you. Puni Kekaoha, followed by Jessica Andrade.
Aloha. Good morning, commissioners. Aloha. My name is Puni Kekaoha. This is my daughter, Ka'apuni Kama. We are here this morning on behalf of our community of Papakolea, Kevalo, and Kalavahine. I am providing public testimony on agenda item G4. So Kula no Napo'e Hawaii was awarded a grant from DHHL in the amount of $447,334. Our project is called the Ho'okele Project, and it's really resources that will be used to continue the work that we started to address safety concerns of our kupuna in 2020. So in 2020, as we all know, with the onset of COVID, there were a lot of, our people that were living on the street, and they were walking to our kupuna's properties, and we had a lot of concerns. So due to community concerns, Papakolea, Kula no Napo'e Hawaii stepped forward and started to take care of our people on the, and there are neighbors, right? We have every homestead, our own people that we raised up with, our neighbors, different, people were on the entryway to Kalavahine. So the department was called in, and we went with the department to address this issue. In 2 years, we were able to safely house 30 homeless people in Papakolea, who are from Papakolea. We were able to provide them housing, adequate housing, and social services that they were in need of. What we found during this time as community was watching us, beneficiaries were asking, hey, we need to do this. Can you help us with this and that? So this project is expanding the work that we've done with our homeless into our community. So thank you so much for your support. And we're here to ask for the support of that grant program for fiscal year 2023. On behalf of all of Apokalea Kupuna and everybody up on the mountain, mahalo for everything you do. And thank you for all that you do. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Namor, of course.
Kuni, welcome. Thank you so much for presenting today.
Mhm.
And I also want to thank you for all the excellent work that you're doing in Papakolea. I mean, it's a very comprehensive strategic plan that you have that includes health and homelessness and everything that helps beneficiaries. And just let us know how we can help you more.
We love our
Mahalo.
kupuna. Love our- Thank you. Aloha.
Jessica Andrade, followed by Junior Kahaloa'a, followed by Mapuana Tector. Aloha,
Hi,
good morning.
good morning. First of all, mahalo for this moment again. I'm coming to you via Zoom in Honolulu. So I was raised in North Kohala. However, I live in Honolulu because I work at the Queens Medical Center and I do go home back and forth. But I am testifying today on behalf of my retired parents, one from the state of Hawaii, the other from the city and county in Kamuela, who have been on the DHHL list since 1980. Today, I am 49 years old and the eldest of my siblings. I was raised by my grandmother, Maxine Kahau'olilio, to never depend on a man, and most of all, never depend on anyone. Work hard, be self-sufficient, enjoy what you do, and smile. And guess what I did? I bought a home in Hawaii years ago that my parents live in today. I bought my home so they did not have to pay someone else's mortgage. We continue to see and hear the disappointment and sadness in our parents' eyes. Why? I know why. It doesn't take a brain surgeon to know why, and it's disheartening. So my question to all of you who were chosen to represent and help beneficiaries of the Department of Hawaiian Homestead Lands is this. Why are they, DHHL lands in Kamuela, Waimea, not being awarded? According to the County of Hawaii Real Property State Office, there's hundreds and hundreds of DHHL lands with no beneficiary names on it. I'm a fee simple homeowner, so I have access to public records. Believe I love to research, okay? Why, Mr. Anderson? Hello?
You're listening.
Yes, we're here.
I mean, so why? You know, I'm here because I want my questions answered. Yesterday I spoke just telling you folks all these things, but today I want answers. Why? Why aren't lands in Kamuela and Waimea being awarded? I know Waimea and Kamuela is gold. I know it's beautiful. I was raised there. My dad was a retired Parker Ranch cowboy. Why are all these lands there and nobody's on them? No one can answer that. I have friends who are on DHH land, Kamuela. and it's hurtful, Think about it. Number two, when was the last awarded lands of Kamuela? Why is my mother sent letters of interest for Hilo and Kwana when we lived in North Kohala all our life? Since 1970s, we've been on the Big Island. And then what? She defers. How she gonna pick us all up and move us to Kona and Hilo when our home is Kohala Waimea and leave their jobs, relocate? Come on. Why not send her award letters for Waimea? And at their age, being retired, why do they have to apply for loans now? All we want, DHHL commissioners, is land. Give us the land. We can build our own home. We can raise our own animals. We can farm. We can grow fruits and vegetables. All we want is land. And you know what? This not only affects our parents, this affects us, the beneficiaries, our parents. Children, this is our future. And then I continue with my life and coming back to Honolulu and working at Queen's Hospital, and being a native Hawaiian, let me tell you, it's a blessing and a curse. Because why? I deal with stuff at Queen's being Hawaiian, then I get DHHL my parents dealing with. But grandma taught me to be strong. Stand up for what you believe. And that's why I'm here today. I'm standing up for my parents who are just sad. They're sad, they're disappointment. And then again, how is the DHHL allowing, again, Kahua Ranch, okay, thousands and thousands of pastoral lands. I had uncles who was cowboys up there. I get friends who's cowboys up there today. And every time I drive from my grandma's house in Kamuela to North Kohala Hawi, I got to drive through all that. So are my pu'uvai. Because why? These po'e people, po'e haules, is living on our DHHL lands. That we can have 100 acres and raise cattle. And why I know this? Because I research. I ask questions. And I'm at that age in my life where I gotta start speaking up because my parents getting old. Who can speak for them? Me, Jessica Andrade Kahaulilio. So, I just want answers from you folks. And I know this is probably really, really hard questions, to answer me and give me, clear, definitive answers, but who can email me or let me know what's going on, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Well, please proceed. Proceed, Jessica. I'm Makai Freitas, newly nominated
I'm Makai.
West Hawaii Commissioner.
Yes.
I don't have all your answers. I don't have all your answers right now, but to answer some of your questions about land availability in the Kamuela area, as well as funding options for those lands. The unexploded ordinances was definitely a hindrance for the department to make awards in that area. Anybody in this room can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think we just went through a process with the Army Corps of Engineers, basically assessing the Lalamilo area. And I think those lots should be ready sooner than later. Could be wrong. Good. No, I'm just give me a yes and no. Yeah. And then Pukapu area too. I know they're looking at Army Corps of Engineers are looking at Pukapu and analyzing that area, assessing that area for lot availability too. Once the UXOs we get the green light from the Army Corps of Engineers, I think we should be able to start awarding lots. I understand your frustration. I appreciate your passion. I appreciate your advocacy for our beneficiaries. Thank you. As far as
something, yes, pardon?
As far as Kuhua Ranch is concerned, I'm not sure the exacts on that. But,
please look into it,
yes,
Mr. Freitas, please.
Thank you
It's
for your
very
passion and
disheartening.
dedication.
And not to, but my grandmother has been a part of the puha that's going on. Okay, so I have been following my grandmother, Maxine Kahaulilio and Uncle Kuching. You know, so I understand coordinates. I understand. You know, Mr. Freitas, I thank you for actually speaking to me because I go home Saturday. You know, I go home for my long days off. I come back to Queens Hospital. I've been on the wall for 23 years to better myself, to take care of the Native Hawaiians and everyone else that Queen Emma opened that hospital for. So, you know, when I say my pu'uwai sore, because I go in from Queens Hospital, DHHL, all my life. I'm 49 years old. I'm going to be 50 in June. Please award people property. And I don't like one little lot for my parents. I like acreage. You know, there's so many people that have DHHL lands. And I know it goes back to the 70s and the 60s. People in Kamuala get hundreds of acres. I get family who get 100 acres, 300 acres. I'm in Akiona. My dad is in Akiona. I carry my mother's maiden name. You know, so I know. So I look at that and I can't help but be frustrated. Because one, what they doing with their land? Give it to me. I raise cattle. How come my cousins get hundreds and hundreds of acres of land? My parents get alas, they say, yeah? Alas. I drive past, okay? Since I don't even like mention names, but so, Mr. Freitas, you know. So I thank you folks today, but just ponder on the questions I've asked. You know, I'm not gonna wait till my parents maki, because I deal with death every day at Queens Hospital. Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner Freitas, thank you very much for sharing him on all. Commissioner Freitas, if you need any further information, let me know. We can also give you access to ensure that you have access to the necessary staff to get some answers. We can do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, Mapuana Tector. Aloha. Good morning.
Mapuana Kili'i Tector from Nanakuli Homestead. I recognize some of you and welcome to all the new ones. And if you are now the current chair, just to let you know, I was one that testified against you because I thought you couldn't handle what's going on. So hopefully everybody brings you up to speed. Here's one book that identifies since what's 2020. And the reason being is I'm here on behalf of my Auntie Norma, who's battling cancer, my mom, who had applied for it and has and never received it 10 years. And my late brother, Kimo Kili'i, who applied 1979 and never received his. Well, he since passed. The inconsistency of the admin and the staff, I'm appalled at them. So to hear sister from the Big Island go through what she's going through, this is ongoing. So hopefully, now that you're here, I hope under your administration, what would you like to take away that we can say and brag about you? Because Auntie Norma was given a lot in Nanakuli that it's still vacant since COVID. It was taken away prior to her deadline. I was gonna pick her up today, but she's not feeling well. Immune therapy right now. So I have all the paper because I was kind of like her witness and the one walking her through this journey. They took it away from her because of finances, but she's on a fixed income that was 75. Now she's 5 years later. Thank God she's in remission, but still, she was given an opportunity for turnkey, which is like walk inside. Again, finance. But when she was told to go to Home Street, during COVID, it was all shut down. So they took it away prior. And again, the inconsistency of your home, your admin, you're inheriting all these issues. So I'm one that can help bring you up to speed. My mom, who should have gotten her Nahasda to do some repairs to her home, never received it. Every time I called, it's like, oh, well, we'll get back to you. Oh, well, let me check who's in charge of Oahu. Oh, well, and honestly, she's 83 right now. It's just having to stand in the gap for all our kupuna. I'm that age, but still younger at heart. And then my late brother who applied for Hilo, which is pastoral or ag, only to find out when I went to the admin, they had his paper under Maui. And it's hard to pinpoint who's going to send us here. I went to Maui, I went to Big Island, and then here, it's like, why are we being ping-ponged? We're willing to work with people that can walk us through these steps. So now the lawsuit, the Kalima lawsuit.
If you want to leave us with your documentation, you can leave that with staff.
With which staff?
If you want to leave the commission with your documentation, our staff at the table there, we can ensure that we get your staff to our beneficiary outreach and we can get back with you.
Do you know who's in charge? Are they still going to be here with the new term, the new government? Are you here, are you just temporary or are you
I'm here
really
until
here?
the Senate confirms my successor. What the timeline is for that, I can't answer. That's not up to me.
Well, I hope you can make it since I addressed this to you and that's how
My tenure
our
depends on the
paper
Senate.
work.
Yeah, my tenure depends upon the Senate's timeline as to when they confirm my successor.
So you're being vetted right now.
No. My
They're-
successor is being vetted right now, or is going to be vetted at some
Potential.
point. Yes,
Mr. Gomes, supposedly,
Mr. Watson,
Watson. Okay, well,
but I don't know how long that's going
I
to
can
take.
see the confusion why we get tossed to and fro as well.
But if you
so
leave your
she's the
documentation
secretary?
with staff, we will get that to our beneficiary outreach
Okay.
coordinator, who's Stacy and Eli.
Well, if you do make
And I will
it,
have Stacy
then
and Eli
welcome.
get back.
okay, otherwise,
Excuse
people
me,
can't
thank you.
handle it.
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Carrillo?
Excuse me.
Yes,
Aloha Mapuana, thank you for being here. Regarding the Nahasda and fixing up for Mama's place, I know you brought that up because of maybe a wheelchair ramp or something that you're looking at.
Yes.
I think you should refer her that the Nahasda person to get in touch, and her is Cynthia Resentis. So that, that's, you probably had a hard time trying to get through somebody, as you mentioned, but that's the point person that you should talk to for Nahasda for helping to rehabilitation of any concerns at your hale that you may
Cynthia
present.
presents.
Yeah.
City and county. not-
Well, you just saw her last night at the
Yeah,
neighborhood
I had
board.
no idea.
Cynthia.
I know who
Resentis.
she is.
Yeah.
But
So she's with this department with the Nahasda
Yes.
Ohana.
Okay.
So that's, just trying to refer you so you don't get any dead ends, and call and get frustrated. I know the frustration a lot of beneficiaries get when they call, they don't know who to go to,
Exactly.
and so, I just wanted to refer you to that person that you can look at. And maybe Ninial back here can help you to follow that, because I hate to have you come here and then leave without nothing, Mapuana.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming in from Nanakuli Ahupua'a and expressing your concerns. Thank you. Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ninial.
We got no. Oh. Next testifier, Bo Kahui.
Hello, aloha commissioners and
Aloha.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Well, thank you. I'll be brief. I believe it was Jessica Andretti Kahau Leo spoke earlier about her situation with her grandparents, her family, and her ohana related to land. I have been before this commission on many occasions to speak about my requests for a right of entry on pastoral land, on the Big Island. And like Ms. Kahala Lilio mentioned, there are several ROEs that are managing thousands of acres, one of which are managing 5,000 acres in Kuala that I don't think it's fair as a beneficiary. And I've applied since 1984, so the math is clear. It's way too long for me to be waiting for land on pastoral land, so we can participate in being stewards of the land. So I share that with you because I understand Ms. Andrade's Kahau Leo's frustration. And having said that, thank you. And I wait for the J agenda, of which I'm on the J agenda. Thank you so much.
Mahalo.
Excuse me, Chair. Are we done
Yes.
with public testimony?
We are done with public testimony.
And then we get into
Commissioner Kalekini.
I wanted to pose a reconsideration for an item that we discussed yesterday.
Please proceed.
It's item F3. Yesterday, we ended up voting in opposition to F3.
Yes, sir.
It was a 4-4 decision.
Yes, sir.
And I wanted to have dialogue amongst the commission to reconsider with the focus of establishing a PIG and taking away any reference to utilizing Act 279 monies towards this item that we discussed. Is that, can we do that?
Point of order.
Deputy Attorney General.
On the rules of, under Robert's Rules of Order, a motion to reconsider would have to occur at the end of the agenda, so the commission would have to run through its agenda first, and at the very end, a motion to reconsider can be raised. I'm not sure I'm gonna have to look at the voting sheet to determine who can make the motion. But for now, that's my recommendation, that a motion to reconsider will have to wait to the end.
Today's agenda.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
I had trouble hearing you. Could you?
Sorry, under Robert's Rules of Order, a motion to reconsider needs to be raised at the end of the agenda. I need to check the voting sheets to see who can make the motion to reconsider, because the motion maker needs to be the individual who, or one of the individuals who was responsible for the
Correct.
prevailing vote.
So, yeah, so is it correct that the person who made the motion, who moved the motion forward, is that person the one that has to agree to reconsideration?
I have to check Robert's rules on that, but typically it's if the motion maker, and I know that there was an odd wording for this motion. It was a motion to not approve or something like that. So I have to check.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think,
Thank you.
point of order,
Yes.
the motion was made according to the agenda item. And not to support the F3 recommendation.
Yes.
And you're correct, under the Robert rules, it is a motion maker to bring up the reconsideration on that agenda. Thank you.
So the Deputy Attorney General will check Robert's Rules of Order and will issue a recommendation later on if Commission wishes to hear. Thank you, Mr. Kanakole, much appreciated. Okay, moving on. Mr. Albino, please proceed.
Item number F4, it's a joint submittal with the planning office.
Yeah.
This informational will be presented by Julie Cachola. And again, this is an item that LMD is seeking for the commission's approval to issue a right of entry to Rojak Trucking Incorporated in Kahikinui, Maui. And again, this is informational and Julie's going to present, do a short presentation.
Go ahead in the first slide. This right of entry would be at Kahikinui. You just have your PowerPoints. For your new commissioners, Kahikinui is significant. It's 75%. 75% of our lands on Maui is Kahikinui. It is a moku of 9 ahupua'a, not an ahupua'a, is a moku. So that's our Kahikinui. There is the main road that goes through bisects parcel, and it's right, the main gate is right off the main road. And so that's where we're talking about the right of entry. To just sum up what we're asking for, the state drought coordinator from CWORM applied for emergency drought assistance from this agency called the Bureau of Reclamation on behalf of the Kahikinui Homestead community. The Bureau of Reclamation, we really didn't have any idea on these kind of services that they provide, but they contracted Rojak Trucking, which is the object, which is for this right of entry. They contracted Rojak to install 2 water tanks at the main gate to deliver 16,000 gallons of potable water per week for 52 weeks. They are contracted to monitor the water quality, handle any contamination issues, and then when it's foul, remove the water tanks. So Rojak Trucking needs a right of entry to be able to go into this small site to set up these tanks and begin water delivery. That's what this right of entry is for. So I just wanted to give you some context for this. What is the background on Bureau of Reclamation? How did this project come to be? What is the project, right? What does DHL have to have for this project to continue and address beneficiary issues and concerns? Background on this, I'm learning about this agency. So Bureau of Reclamation is housed under the Department of Interior, has existed since 1902. Their mission is to manage, develop, protect water and related resources in an environmentally sound way, economically sound way. They're the nation's largest purveyor of water, and they have a drought resistance or response program. And under there, they have what's called the emergency response actions. So that's how where the funding for this project comes from, emergency response actions. Under this program, they try to minimize losses and damages from drought, right? It's crisis driven, it's temporary activities, and it's available to states. So the states apply for the assistance. And the key word on this is assistance. There is no dollars, there's no money that's transacted. There's a contract to a provider, and the provider is providing service. So there's no cash involved. So how this project came to be, the Bureau of Reclamation called our state drought water conservation coordinator who works in CWORM, the LNR, and to let them know that this emergency response program assistance was available. That drought coordinator is Neil Fujii. He's the coordinator, and he called his drought committee, which is all the counties, to let them know, hey, this assistance is available. Only Maui County responded. When he contacted Maui County, they know that they don't service Kahikinui, that Kahikinui is completely off their lines, that they're doing their own water catchments. And so they thought if anybody's affected by the drought, it would be Kahikinui. And it happens that Donna Sterling, who you heard from earlier today, sits on their board of water supply. So they knew Donna, and so gave that contact, hook Bureau up with, Neil up with Donna, and Donna and Neil proceed to work on an application. The application was very ambitious that they submitted. It involves staff, it involves contracts, a temporary workforce. I mean, the vision was big here. There were going to be tanks all over in the different locations. But in September 21, Neil Fujii, because he has to submit the application to the Bureau. He submitted the application, and after a year of not hearing from them or limited communication, a year later, they found out that the Bureau had approved the emergency response assistance, but it was downsized to 2 water tanks right at the main gate. So this big plan got reduced down to 2 water tanks. That was only for 25 weeks. It was a short thing. By the end of their fiscal year, they wanted to extend it. So that's how we end up with 52 weeks. And they had, within a week, they moved really quickly on this. They had contracted Rojak for the service. And I should say that Rojak Trucking is the only trucking company on Maui that is certified by Department of Health to be able to transport potable water. So they're really the only ones that could do this. So let's look at the drought assistance project. So what this is potable water will be provided, right, to mitigate the drought conditions. So they contracted Rojak Trucking to prepare the site, install 2 30,000-gallon potable water tanks at the main entrance, install a fence. They're purchasing the water, right? So the contract with Rojak includes the purchase of this water, 8,000 gallons, 2 times a week, 52 weeks. So they're purchasing 832,000 gallons of water. They're going to monitor the water quality, remove the tanks when it's finished. There's some reporting requirements. Time of performance, it already started. October 10th was their start date. October 10th, 2022, and it's 1 year. So we've already lost 4 months. And if you do the math on that, that's like 256,000 gallons of water. We need this right of entry as soon as possible. The contract amount, about just over $500,000 of assistance that is being provided to our Kahiki Nui community by the Bureau of Reclamation. So at the project site, it's about half an acre staging area that actually the contractor that did our road improvements, it just finished phase 1, cleared right at the main gate. So that was a perfect place to put it since it was already cleared. We know that there's a problem because there's congestion. There's a bus stop there. There's where the kids catching their school bus. So there would be times when they could not, deliveries would be prohibited so that we won't have any conflict with the school bus. We need to collect data because the last thing we want is the trucks loading up and go to the tanks and not be able to unload. So there will be some data collection. And when the tanks are ready to provide water, we'll have instructions and a training session for the residents at Kahiki Nui. This is the project site at the main gate, the main highway coming on your right-hand side, the bus stop kind of area. There's a side gate also that's on the bottom. So the trucks kind of like would come in that way. The 2 tanks would be right there. They would load it up and then go out the main gate. But this is kind of, the red line is like about half an acre site, just so that the tanks can be there and residents can access the tanks. The key thing about potable water is that it's tricky. So when they deliver the water, they can say it is potable water. When it's in the tank, it is potable water. But as soon as that water leaves the tank, right, we cannot guarantee what happens after that. So it's not considered potable water after that. But, it's basically, as long as you're transporting it in sterile conditions, these residents know how to handle that water. But for our purposes, it's like as soon as it leaves the tanks, it's considered non-potable. Okay, so our requirements for something like this, our standard list, chapter 343 requirements, land disposition, right? Are there benefits to the beneficiaries? Are beneficiaries informed? Are the issues addressed? Do they support the project? So we did look at the 243, and when reviewing the project, we determined that the actions were de minimis actions, that there's so minimal that they do not have the potential to individually or cumulatively adversely affect the environment. So we got an EA exemption for the project. We are here today to get the land disposition, which is the right of entry. And as far as benefits to the trust, it will not generate revenue. We're not charging rent for the water tanks, but it will give us 1 year of free water, free potable water for Kaikinoi residents. Beneficiaries are informed, the issues addressed. We did meet with Ka'ohana o Kaikinoi. Kaleo Kalin, the president, did address this commission yesterday with his support, and Donna Sterling also addressed this commission with her support. Some of the issues, if you're interested, that came up, the traffic congestion. So we're going to look at different times when they can make deliveries. There was concern that they weren't going to use the water fast enough, that the water would go stagnant, right? So one of the things is that's why we need to keep records on how much water is being used, and so that we can make sure that the deliveries can be made. And we are also looking to award 25 additional the new lots at Kaikinoi, so that would be a great time to do it. They would have access to potable water right there on site, and hopefully that would encourage settlement. People wanted to say, why can't we go right, up to the SIC center, which is more where they live. But because these are big trucks, right? And so it's hard to maneuver on that road. Plus just the sheer weight of the water that they would be transporting could damage the road. The Kaikinoi community has another project, a fog drip project that's gonna collect fog and then put in tanks, right? And then bring it to the residents. When they came to us, they actually wanted 30,000 gallon tanks. So they're saying, how come you give the EA exemption to them for the 30,000 gallon tanks, but you couldn't do that for us? And the big difference, so we asked the fog drip project to go down to 10,000 gallons so that we could look at that exemption. But the big difference is that this is temporary. And the fog drip is meant to, set up for on a permanent basis. This potable water project would be only 52 weeks, and after that, the tanks would be removed. And that's why we're allowing the 30,000 gallon tanks. Somebody suggested, why don't we all get 10,000 gallon tanks then? And they could work on this as a community association, nonprofit organization. They asked about applicants, and basically it's set up for the lessees. It's set up for the lessees, their projects. So we have an ungulate removal project, and they could utilize the water. And there will be 25 less applicants that will get off the list with the new awards. Just really short, the time frame, we need this as soon as possible. Rojac will take 6 weeks upon approval to actually get the tanks installed and the water's delivered so that we can actually be supplying water, 6 weeks. But within that time period, the Bureau of Reclamation has kind of said, look, this project started in October and you haven't done anything. So they want to do a check on us on March 17th. And we need to have something in the ground at that point because we haven't done anything since October. So that's kind of like the general gist of that project schedule. And we do have resource people. I don't know if they were waiting yesterday to be part of this presentation, but we had the support letter from Kaleo Kalin, Ka'ohana o Kahikinui. The state are they on the Zoom? Any of these people, Neo Fuji'i or Rojac Trucking or Chris Boz with the eco products. So the subcontractor Chris Boz is the one that's actually doing the tanks, and then the Rojac is doing the trucking and the setup. Okay, the state one. Neil is the key one, and he also submitted testimony. He also submitted in support. Okay. That's it. I'm trying to go as fast as possible.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Julie, can I ask a quick question?
You may.
Chair, Julie, you mentioned the temporary nature of the water tanks.
The temporary what?
The temporary nature, it's only is it meant to bridge between the fog drip until that's in place, or is it temporary for some other reason?
It's temporary because that's the drought actions, emergency action response program under Bureau. So if you look at the programmatic framework for that, it's
That's all that's
temporary.
allowed.
It's temporary, yeah.
Okay.
So we are actually, like I said, we're 4 months behind already, and that's like a lot of water as I did the math. So we're on the time frame. We're actually gonna have Neil, the main contact, to request an extension. So at least we can use up to 52 weeks, because we've
Got it.
already lost, at 4 months.
What do you think happens at the end of the 52 weeks? Is it just gonna go away, or are you gonna come back and tell us, hey, there's
Yeah,
good reason to extend this, look for other funding?
we
et
hope that
cetera?
we can go to the Bureau and at least let us extend to complete the duration of the project so we don't lose that water.
Right.
But we think that the emergency response actions program, that rubric, right, kind of is saying, look, it's emergency action, we're giving you the water now, use it. But Neil, and he's online, we can discuss this, but he's agreed to go in after we get this program established, to go in and say, that we would like to at least complete the 52
Okay,
weeks.
and no need, go on.
Okay.
Have Neil explain. That was good. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any further questions for staff? Thank you. You have anything further, Mr. Albany? Yep. Please proceed.
F5.
Yep.
Real quick, this is for information only again. It's a status on general lease extensions in Moanalua Kai. Island of Oahu TMKs is listed in the submittal. Again, the background. The purpose of this subject agenda item is to provide status on general lease extensions in Moanalua Kai.
Chair? Chair, I have a question on F4. Is that supposed to be,
Please proceed.
we're supposed to approve that?
Right now, it's just information
I
and then
believe this
after-
is informational.
F4.
Yeah, and then after, as it was supposed to be yesterday, we're supposed to go through it, information, and then approve it today.
Today went.
But we moved the. Unless
So
we're
we're still on yesterday's F4, Commissioner?
Should we take the approval now? We can.
Information. On today's agenda, there is for F4 for approval.
Oh,
But we didn't get to the information yesterday, Commissioner, because of
yeah,
the
but
time.
you just gave us the information.
Yes,
We're not
he
gonna
did.
wait till tomorrow.
Today, I'm sorry. Yesterday, today's agenda. So we can do the.
I-
we can do
So
those.
on today's agenda, there's
Yep.
an action item
Yes.
for the
There's,
same.
yes, there's an action
F4
item on today's agenda,
Yeah.
but you were giving the information from
Right.
yesterday's
Yesterday's.
agenda, correct? Yeah,
So it's different from F4.
It's the same
the
topic.
same-
same thing.
It's the same submittal.
Because yesterday was information, today is
Yeah.
action.
Unless you move the
Sorry.
agenda unless you move the agenda out of order, and then you can take the action item.
We can.
Yeah.
If that's the,
Your preference.
we can,
Yeah, can we do it out of order? I think we have enough information for the commission to move
we can,
forward.
of course. Of course. Connor, you have.
So with that being said,
anything else?
subject agenda item F4, asking for approval from the commission to issue a right of entry to Rojak Trucking Incorporated, Kahikinui Maui. TMK is listed on the submittal.
Okay. Okay.
I move to consider them, which,
Second,
Excuse me, point of order.
yes,
I think, I'm not sure, AG, maybe you wanna do, when we move the agenda out of order, would it be cleaner to either have a motion to move the agenda out of order, or with the chairman stating without objections, he can move the agenda out of order to 2 days? That item was for yesterday, information only. From what I understand, we don't take action items on information only. So we do want to combine it because of time limitation. So I would think the chairman has authority to say without objections, I'd like to take that agenda out of order to take a position action item. I just want to make sure that we're on a track.
Or the action item for today could be taken and the presentation of information can be done then. The matter that was supposed to be for information only yesterday could just not be, taken out of order. Because it's essentially the same motion at this point, or it's the same agenda item at this point.
I understand that, but in the past, we've never done information only and take a action item. And so I think it's cleaner if the chairman would say, without any objections to this commission, that I would now take the agenda out of order.
That's fine too.
Yeah, just for the record. So
Yeah.
I think I'm looking at consistency. And I think that's, the consistency of holding an agenda item and being responsible at the same time. Thank you. Area. I'm sorry.
Mr. Albino, you have anything further on that agenda item?
I do not.
Okay. If not, then members without objection, we'll move to decision-making on the F4 item that we just received information on from staff. Are there any objections, members? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept? Moved by Nevis, seconded by Awo. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners. Last item, item number F5 for LMD.
Hold on.
Please hold one moment, Commissioners. I'm going to turn the floor over to the Deputy Attorney General. Mr. Kanaka-Ole, please proceed.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me the time to check Robert's Rules of Order regarding the Commissioner Kalekini's request for reconsideration. After checking the rules, the reconsideration motion can be raised as long as there's no motion or question pending on the floor. That's why I stopped Kahana. So it can be taken now. If Commissioner Kalekini wants to take it, but so after reviewing the rules, the motion maker from the past F3 item does not have to be the mover for reconsideration. The mover for reconsideration would have to be the individuals who were on the prevailing side, and in this case, because the motion failed because of a stalemate, it would be those who voted no. That would be Commissioners Freitas, Kalekini, Namuo, and Chair Anderson. So with that, you can make the motion. If that's no, yeah, so the motion would be to reconsider what was originally on the floor without amendment. So the motion that was on the floor was a motion to deny. It is actually not the same as stated in the submittal. It was a motion to deny the directing of the department. It was framed in the negative.
So, question,
Yes.
when that motion failed, so it didn't get the vote, what happens to the original motion that was presented by staff?
The original motion
Is still pending, is still up for consideration?
no, the original motion was the one that was moved on by Commissioner Teruya.
But there
The
was
agenda item
there was
was,
a submittal.
yeah,
And then there wasn't any
so
recommendation.
the agenda item was stated one way, but the
We never
move-
took up that.
Yeah,
Okay,
but the mover amended it on the floor by making a differently stated motion,
Got
which
it.
was a motion to deny, and that's what failed. So it can be reconsidered, but when you reconsider the motion, it's gonna be at the same wording that was stated by Commissioner Teruya, which is a motion to deny directing the department as, I know it's different wording, but that's how it was made on the floor. I had to check the record on that.
So
Okay.
Commissioner Kalekini.
I have a question first.
Yes,
Go ahead. So I should have asked this yesterday, but it entered my mind as I was coming into this meeting. My question, Ryan, is Commissioner Kalekini, who works for geothermal, does that not present a conflict of interest in the voting and making motions to support geothermal?
do you want to go into exec session regarding that?
Yes, I would.
At 12 o'clock though, let's finish up here.
Okay.
Can we do that, Mr. Chairman?
Wait, hold
Let's
on.
Have Kahana finish.
I'm okay with going in at 12 o'clock.
Okay, Then let's proceed.
Yes,
That's good.
thank,
Then let's proceed, please.
thank you.
Mr. Albino, please proceed.
Thank you. Okay, item number F5, again, it's a subject matter for information only and to address the status on the general lease extensions in Moanalua Kai on the island of Oahu, and the subject TMKs is listed on the submittal. The purpose of this subject agenda item is to provide status again on the general lease extensions as delineated on the map attached as Exhibit A in accordance with approved HEC action taken at its regular meeting of August 15 through 16, 2022 on agenda item number F3 attached here to as Exhibit B. For information purposes, Lemonade staff is currently in negotiations with a consultant who was selected as a DHL service provider for the professional services category of real estate appraiser, specifically for commercial industrial properties. Unfortunately, because negotiations are ongoing and the contract not yet executed, information on the selected real estate appraiser cannot be shared. However, contract negotiations are close to being finalized and executed. Upon the conclusion of negotiations and full execution of the professional services contract, DHL anticipates appraisals with the new rental rates as determined by our professional services consultant will be provided for respective lease amendments to be memorialized, documented, and executed accordingly. Again, Exhibit A shows the, as you can see, highlighted, delineated in the yellow highlight is the subject TMKs, 8 of them that we're looking at to extending the general leases as approved by the commission in August of last year. And again, I have the information from that meeting, which the commission approved the extension of those leases specifically.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Members, any questions?
Thank you, Kahana, because this is one subject I asked to have on the agenda, and I appreciate you with the submittal that you submitted and the information. At this time, and I know that we're not taking a position, but at this time, I'm gonna request a deferral and wait till the next administration come in, the next chairman come in. I do have concerns on these parcels. I do have concerns that our staff currently don't have a commercial experienced realtor or experienced staff that can look at our commercial properties, not just Mauna Loa Shafter Flats. The concerns that I have of Shafter Flats, Mauna Loa, and I continue to mention, and Russell, you probably are familiar with that, is a neglection of the properties, existing properties that we have there.
Mhm.
And so it's not blaming you, Kahana, your staff. We're limited of employees to look over these properties, but the properties that sit in a high market value rental to supply funding for our trust is very questionable. And to see the properties sit there neglected and house homeless individuals, it will be much more expensive in the future for this department or commission to tackle. So with that comment, I kind of look forward to moving forward with this, but thank you for the information. Kahana, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Members, any further questions for staff? Okay, thank you very much.
Mahalo, Commissioners.
Thank you. Land development? Aloha.
When I was
If
looking
you
at
could please state your name for the, I mean, we know who you are, but if you could just state your name for the record, please.
Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator, Land Development Division.
Yes, sir.
And I
Please proceed.
have larger exhibits for commissioners because what was printed in your packet is very difficult to read myself, so I'm gonna hold one too.
Some of us like me are visually challenged.
I am.
So thanks for
Very
that.
much so. Mahalo. So commissioners,
E1, yeah.
E1 is
Thank
an
you. E1.
information submittal. It provides the background of Act 279, discusses the implementation, and at the end of that submittal is an update on, as of February 13th, 2023, the implementation status. And the matrix identifies all of the projects in fiscal year 23 as approved by the commission. and it updates the progress in terms of meetings, agreements, encumbrances in process, the funds encumbered, as well as the funds expended. As you know, we were allotted $172,000,000, 750,000. The governor released that in early January. And so we have proceeded to implement those projects. Projects have gone out to bid, they're being contracted, and funds are being encumbered as we speak. So if commission would like to go through each project, we could do so. And I know we're on a time crunch.
No, if anyone has any questions, we'll do it that way.
Okay. Thank
Please
you.
proceed. Yes, Commissioner Teruya, question.
Thank you.
Yep.
Page 2 question on the Kaupea Oahu. Has that park recommendation is settled? I mean, I know the homesteaders are mentioning park, but looking at this, we're looking still at 60 homes in that
Right.
Kaupea, correct?
That is correct. So as I stated last night at the community meeting that we need to get a minimum of 60 lots. So if the developer's proposal includes 60 lots, but there's additional space, then we could consider some type of a recreation area, it's not gonna be a full-on park, you know, because that takes on so many different kinds of definitions. So we also need to make space for cluster box units and consolidate those that are in Kaupea Phase 1 into Kaupea Phase 2. In addition, there's we need to construct traffic signal at the intersection of Huainako and Kapolei Parkway.
Thank you. I don't see the Maui development project in your big spreadsheet.
That is on
Which one?
scheduled for fiscal year 24. So this
Okay.
includes only fiscal year 23
Oh, I'm
projects.
sorry. Okay.
You know, we really need to concentrate on those because we have a really strict deadline right now. So we want to get through this first year encumbrance on the $172.75 million. We believe, LDD believes that we can do it. If you turn to the last page, we are currently reviewing 5 proposals that involve acquisition and or development. And so I have noted that the potential increase in allotment subject to evaluations and contract negotiation could be 278 million plus.
You
So-
don't have the Eva one in here too, yeah?
Eva is also in the second year.
Second year. So is
So-
that your selection of having these projects second year? How does that work? I'm just
These
curious.
were, the budget was created with the approval of the commission in the strategic plan and the budget approved by the commission.
Yeah, I know this project was approved, but did we prioritize it then? Is that what you say?
It is prioritized by fiscal year, first year, fiscal year 23, and second year, fiscal 24. So at this time, we don't know yet if any type of extension or correction to Act 279 is going to take place. That's with the legislature.
So those projects can be jeopardized. Because you just said we don't know.
Well, our goal is to encumber the project, so we would have to put out requests for proposals starting this summer
Okay.
in order to be encumbered in fiscal year
2024.
24.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
It's a good question.
No,
Commissioner Hill.
just don't forget the west side. That's it. Thank you.
I don't
Commissioner
forget
Hill.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stuart, so the amount of lots that we have on the spreadsheet, 2,045. That's only for the fiscal year 23, right?
That is correct. So total number of lots are approximately 3,000 lots. It does not include what you see on the last page in red, proposal A, B, C, and D. These were not counted in the total number of lots. Yeah, we estimate about 300, but should the department accept proposals A, B, C, D, and E, it would add approximately another 600 lots.
Out of these lots, other than the one in the red from the last page, it's an estimate amount. How many of these lots are turnkey?
That will depend upon the developer proposals. When we put out the RFP or the RFQ, we will, we are guiding the developers to look at the beneficiary study and to look at the incomes from that area to then determine what is best.
As of right now, are any of these lots proposed to be turnkey as of today, right now?
Yes, Puunani subdivision, when we executed the development agreement, it included 137, I think it was, turnkey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, Nevis.
So Stuart, it looks like on your, on the final page, those 5 projects, looks like you got committee evaluations due the end of February. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So
yes.
we'll get an update in March as well. Keep close track on how we're moving forward.
Yes, in fact, that is my intention, that every commission meeting will update the progress
Great.
of Act 279.
Perfect. Thank you.
Chair, one last question.
Yes. Commissioner Trujillo.
Maybe Daryl. Hi, Daryl. I'm concerned. So the Miley project and the Eva project, do we have planning and design money already in that 2 projects? And my concern is that, is there construction funds in FYI 24? What is your budget cycle on that project? So
Darrell can speak to
my
project.
Voice of America.
Good morning, Commissioners. Darrell Ing with the Land Development Division. For the Maili project, we have planning funds encumbered, planning contract underway. That's stalled right now because of waiting for comments from the State Historic Preservation to the environmental assessment. Once we finalize that environmental assessment, we'll go into detailed designs for layouts. And with that, we can go out next year to developers for proposals for finishing up designs and houses and prices.
Do we have construction funds for this project
Those would come out of the Act 279.
in 24?
Right.
Okay, the same with Eva.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, Eva is a little further behind. We're just barely going through community consultations, beneficiary consultations. Planning office is working on that, so we can probably still be able to put our RFP out before, well, maybe mid or early 2024, 23, yeah, 24.
okay, real
To
quick.
get it covered.
So Derek, help me, the Miley Development Project, Voice of America, is it being detained because of the past military contamination? Or was it an EA that had to be done?
Right
Or
now, the
Was there
delay is-
archaeological
Yeah,
sites
it's
that?
it's the archaeological comments from SHPD that we're waiting for.
So waiting for SHPA then.
It should be, yeah. Our plan proposed, you know, that those big stone structures, which nobody's quite sure what they are. They haven't been documented. But our plan is to preserve them in place by backfilling, because we have to bring in a lot of fill to make the sewer and water systems work. So we would basically preserve them in place by covering them up. And Shippey came back with a brief comment that they're not sure that follows their guidelines. So we're still waiting for them. Okay, if you don't want that, what do you want us to do? And we're waiting for response.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turia. Members, any?
Commissioner, can I respond to Commissioner
Sure.
Teruya's question regarding the budget?
Sure.
So in the submittal, item E1, Exhibit A, it's shown as item number C3. There is a summary of the total budget of $540 million. It includes Maili Development, 60 million, and Eva Beach, 48 million.
Thank you.
So-
Thank you for that.
Yes, so it's here.
Good. Good to know. All right. Thanks, guys.
Chair, I have a couple questions.
Yes, please
So-
proceed.
So Stuart, this may be the same answer that you just gave, but on the last page, project financing / partnership, money is budgeted 30 million. That's just for 2023 purposes.
That
Because I'm.
that is correct.
I'm recalling that the plan sets aside up to 10% or 60 million for this kind of, yeah, I'm trying to recall, but for this kind of spending. So was this just the amount for this year? And there's another 30 million set
Okay,
aside?
thank you for the question. So the 60 million, if you add 60 million to the 540, which is the responsibility of Land Development Division, the 60 million would be for the individual type services,
Right.
et cetera. Okay. So the 30 million here is not part of that. It's separate. So
This
it
part of the-
is,
This is part of the 540. What
that
you're
is
saying.
correct.
Okay.
And it's budgeted in the first year. And in order for us to implement that, we would have to go out again on some type of a procurement vehicle RFP for developers, landowners coming in to propose their projects for financing, for DHHL financing.
Okay. Okay, understood. And then I just want to confirm proposals A through E. I'm assuming that the reason that we don't have full information on this summary is because we have confidentiality type obligations to the parties that we're in negotiation with on these proposals. And we don't want to be negotiating in public necessarily.
Yes, that is correct. That's why they're identified as A,
Yeah.
B, C, and D.
So Chair, can I ask that LDD be available during executive to provide that detailed information to the commission?
So noted. The request has been made
Thank you.
and they'll be available.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Helms.
Stuart, yeah, you know, the last page, into on that, the section where Russell was talking about, when it says statewide. So what does that include when you mention statewide?
That would be under the project of project financing. And so we have not we've not yet issued an RFP for that. And so what I anticipate is also coming back to the commission once we once there's agreement on the project's proposals, A, B, C, and D, what we have before us is that we need to amend the budget because we'll likely have to move funding from fiscal year 24, move it forward into fiscal 23 if we can encumber these projects this year. Okay, there are also other projects that may be delayed in terms of the encumbrance because we're going through various negotiations for water. We don't know yet what the amount, the final amount is. So that may slide into the second year versus encumbering it in the first year. So what I've done is try to identify, and so what is shown in red are the current actions that are going on. And then so the next meeting, then whatever progress we've made or other stumbling blocks, will identify those two.
Sure.
Yes. Yes, Commissioner Kalaki.
Sure. So currently, we have the 172 million is the budget, yeah, for fiscal 23.
That those funds have been released by the governor. They are in our hands, so to speak. Yeah.
But we're hoping that we can actually get up to 278 million this year. Is that what this
That
spreadsheet
is,
states?
yes, that is correct. I don't want to botchy this thing or.
No.
or anything like
I
that,
don't
you
want to
know, but-
botch you either. But
We got that term down.
I'm just trying to understand. So Nomobachi, everything goes good, then you're gonna have to come back and ask to increase to 278 for 2023?
That is correct.
Okay, that's amendment number 2.
Yes. If you recall, the chair does have some flexibility in there to make smaller budget changes, but these are in the magnitude that requires the commission's approval.
Okay. And so for fiscal 23, the expenditure is limited to the 52.8.
That is correct.
You don't see any problem in us meeting that?
I don't foresee a problem. I mean, if, it's not to say that we're gonna delay things or anything like that, but many of these projects, like take for instance, Punani Homestead subdivision, 17 million. That is, the contract is at DAGS for certification. However, the construction of that project is gonna take at least a year and a half. So that's when the expenditure happens over a 1 year, 2 year. Some of these projects are gonna be 3, 4, 5 year projects. So my understanding is that the 52.85 million expenditure pursuant to the maintenance of effort is limited to this fiscal year. So beyond this fiscal year, then we just go.
Good to know. That's good to know. So my second to the last question. I saw previous spreadsheets and we had Honolulu on there. I don't see Honolulu on there now.
Honolulu is in the second year. It would be the
Second year.
phase 2.
Okay.
So currently we're working on the designs for that to be able to bid that next fiscal year.
All right, thank you. And my last comment is sometime later today, I just wanted to touch base with you. I did receive information from some beneficiaries that there's other lands that may be available, Hawaiian homelands on the Big Island, specifically in P.E. Honua. So we'll talk on the side aside from this.
Sure. I'd like to involve planning office in that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
What is this sidebars? What?
No, this is regarding other lands in East Hawaii.
No touching 279 sidebars. Just saying. On my butt cheek.
Hey, looking out for East Hawaii, Commissioner Thurl.
Don't touch 279.
Stuart, yeah, I know that there's a lot of moving parts. I can imagine your head's just going crazy. But, putting all this together, we really don't know until we actually get a final contract on the RFPs and how they're gonna come out. So it's gonna be moving parts as we move along. I think I understand that. And I appreciate all the work. The updates, I think, are gonna be important moving forward. You did in the exhibit on Exhibit A, sort of answered those questions about, what's in 24, what's in 23, 24. So that's good to follow as we move along, but appreciate all the work. I mean, there's a ton of work. And like you say, nothing's gonna happen very quickly, but it's encumbering the funds is gonna be important moving forward, then expending what we can, what we're allowed to expend in 23. So 24, hang in there. It's gonna be a wild ride. Thank you, Stuart.
Appreciate your comments and your,
Stuart. So using local terms, year 2 is the Buckaloo's year, right? So my question is, so I heard upwards of 278 million for year 1. Is that what I heard?
that is the potential.
Potential, yeah, upwards.
Subject to, yes.
Okay. So given when year 2, we can go wide open on encumbering. My question is that adequate time, or should we still be actively pursuing that add-on, the 1 year that was intended, that the legislature had intended to give us? I'm just asking that because in case we don't get it, does year 2, is that enough time to get through the encumbrance?
I guess if I can speak freely.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we should seek the additional year. And I believe that was the intention of the legislature, except that there was I guess for the Constitution, it couldn't, because it was in the second year of the biennium, the monies would lapse June 30th, 2024. I would say we should pursue the extension, mainly because there are so many unknowns in the project. So what's shown in year 1 are really the low-hanging fruit. These we know we can do. Yeah, and even at that, some are gonna slip a little bit. And we just, we appreciate the comments regarding the work that Land Development Division has done, and it
Mr.
involves
Masanaga, we're
our
actually
entire division.
pursuing a clarification though, right? Because the act itself says 2025.
Yes.
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 So rather, we're just seeking a clarification of the 2025 date. It's not a true extension. We're just seeking a clarification.
Yeah, thank
And
you for that,
hopefully we'll
Chair.
be successful with that.
Yes.
And then my final question, Stuart. So earlier we were being informed by Lehua about this federal, I forget the term that was used to put a ceiling on how much we could expend, but it doesn't apply when we're doing encumbrances. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about that ceiling right now because this is all about encumbering, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any further questions for staff? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Daryl.
Okay,
Mahalo and
G3 Ewamoku Region Plan Implementation Update. Is that you, Andrew?
Yeah.
Commissioners, item G3 is for information only. We presented the full presentation last evening at the Kapolei community meeting. So in the interest of time, unless there are specific questions on the update from commissioners, we can just take questions from commissioners at this time.
No, I think Daryl kind of highlighted the EVA plan when I asked him, so I'm okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And without objection, we'll have staff proceed.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
We can just, if there are no other questions from the commission, and I know we have to end the meeting at a particular time. We don't need to go through the full presentation.
Okay.
We presented this information at the Kapolei
Understand.
Homestead Community meeting last.
Okay,
week.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Commissioners, item G4 for information only. There was a request to provide an update on the fiscal year 2023 DHHL grant solicitation. With me today, I have the department's grant specialist, Gigi Kyrell, to provide the update.
Hello, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm just going to go real fast through the PowerPoint. Just touch on the highlights. Next slide. And next slide. So in fiscal 2023, the department put out 4 RFPs for 4 different grants. This fiscal year was the most flexible. Any and all nonprofits were eligible for grants, including the DCCRs, as well as the 501c3s. We also increased the capacity building grant per request from beneficiaries from 5,000 to 15,000. So this was the most flexible grants program that we have offered in recent years. So next slide. So basically the grants process, 2 words, it's all about state procurement and contracting. It is an open, competitive, sealed proposals process. We completed the procurement from July to December. And in December 2022, the commission approved and awarded a total of 23 grants. So we are now entering the contracting process. Next slide. This is just a summary of the procurement process that we went through. We were informed of the special $10 million funds from the state in May. We got the RFPs out in July. Proposals were due in October. We received over 30 proposals and we brought it to commission in December. This is about almost the fastest grants procurement we've done. You know, so it was quite the feat. Next slide. 23 grant awards were approved by the commission. 12 awards using the state general funds, 11 awards using the trust Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund. Next slide. So just typical steps of the contracting process. We are drafting the grant contracts as we speak. And as you've heard in the testifiers yesterday, the one additional step, which is not normal for us, is we do have to request for the release of funds from Budget and Finance and the governor. So that's a wild card. We don't know when that happens. It's out of our control. But in the meantime, staff can prepare the grant agreements, get everything prepped up. So as soon as we get the word, we can get those contracts executed. Next slide. Oh, that's it. Done.
Question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner
Thanks,
Hump.
Chair. Gigi, what is the deadline for these funds to be June? Is it June this year?
Yes, we were instructed that, so this special 10 million is totally separate from the 600. This is an additional award from the legislature. We are required to encumber the funds, get it into contracts by June of this year. That's the hard
30th,
deadline,
right?
June 30th. Yeah. But being end of fiscal year, as we know, we got to get those contracts in as soon, sooner is better. But the hard deadline is June 30.
Was the governor aware of the deadline?
Yes, I believe so. Yes, and I did mention yesterday, Chair Anderson did submit the request from the department in January. So the request was submitted properly, and we're simply waiting on Budget and Finance and the governor's office to approve the release.
Yeah, because there were a lot of testimony yesterday asking for the release of these grants.
Yep.
We gotta help them out. Thank you.
And absolutely willing to ask again, Commissioner Helm.
Thank
Yes.
you, thank you, Chairman.
Important matters.
Yes, thank you so much. So Chair.
Yes.
So my question is, should the grants not, should we don't meet the deadline of June 2023 fiscal year? Does the grants lapse? Is it general fiscal money and does that lapse?
That's my understanding. These are state general funds.
Correct.
We've not used state general funds before for grants,
Mhm.
and it came with the condition that they be encumbered in a contract by June. Yeah. So we're all in a hurry.
Okay, so we're all here to encourage the governor to release the funds immediately then. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Your hard work, I know you've done a lot and we appreciate you, Gigi, handling all the grants.
Yes.
And the
Mahalo-
water
mahalo,
system
Commissioner.
too.
And I do want to mahalo the grantees and beneficiaries. Almost every one of them did testify yesterday as well as today. So they too are very anxious.
Yeah, we are.
Thank you. Members, any further questions for staff?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you very much.
No, we're on D1 now.
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
here he comes.
Thank you.
Well, it's still good morning to you, commissioners. Again, D1 is the various Homestead Services Division monthly report to you. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
I just want to commend Juan, and he's always there when you need to get a question out to him, beside him and Stuart and the team here. And we need to commend sometimes as staff and take a moment to thank them. So I just wanted to thank you for the follow-up. When I email you, you respond, and I appreciate that because these are questions that my beneficiaries come and ask me, and I don't know how to answer them, So I just wanted to, share the appreciation to hardworking staff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, that follow-up includes staff cooperation and hard work. So it's not by myself. It's a lot of staff that do the research and do the necessary follow-up on the request. But thank you.
Yeah, Chair.
I will.
Also,
Yes, Commissioner Helm.
yeah, I'd like to extend my mahalos to Juan. Due to the fact that we do not have a district supervisor on Molokai. He flies to Molokai once a week and provides the services that's in need for our beneficiaries. So mahalo for all of your support.
Thank you,
Because if
Commissioner.
not, we gotta give you a call and say that, but we see you in person. Everybody appreciates that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Members, any further questions for staff on this item?
No, sir.
Mahalo.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we'll take a short recess and then go into exec. Okay, members, short recess subject to the call of the chair, and then we'll go into exec session. Short recess. The commission, may I have a motion for executive session, please?
So move.
Thank you, Mr. Nevis. Thank you, Mr. Awol. The commission will convene an executive session pursuant to section 9214 Hawaii Revised Statutes on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities, and to consult with staff regarding agenda item E1 to discuss the potential acquisition of property pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statutes 92.5A3. So without objection, members, we'll move into executive session. Thank you. Please come forward and share your remarks. Thank you.
Hello, Mike. Hello.
Aloha.
Thank you. First of all, just some kind of introduction, so you know who we are. My name is Dane Panakona Kahau. I'm the oldest living child of my father, William and Eldara Kahau. Graduated from Roosevelt, class of 71, served in the Navy, honorable discharge. After that, I got into tourism. I retired as a tour bus driver. But during that period of time, you had, what is that, Desert Storm and whatnot, so it was slow. Everybody knows tourism gets slow. So for a few years, I was doing title researching for Long and Malone. And I have done that for about 3-4 years. Also a member of the LDS Church, so I do a lot of genealogy. I'm a family history consultant, so I do a lot of genealogy. So research, I enjoy doing research. I appeared before this commission in June of 2021. And the outcome was for me to get a reconsideration, which I did in July. And with a condition that it would take several months of investigation. In 1 week, it'll be 8 months. As we all know, to get a reconsideration, you got to get new evidence, correct? So with the new evidence that I brought forward, as a title researcher, it's imperative that your work is accurate and as well as true. I submitted approximately 8 documents, all certified. And so I'm here today to ask why taking this long to get a contested case hearing. I mean, I talked to the department in December, early December, and he told me that Juan just started working on it in early December. So as I said, in 7 days, it'll become 3 months. If he was working for our company, he'd be fired. I'm sorry to sound the way I do because 7, 8 months, it's several months. I know 2 is couple, 3, 4 is a few. What is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? What is that? Is that several? How long more I gotta wait? But you know what? I know why. I truly know why. Because of the evidences that I submitted. I truly believe that. And I believe that all you folks are here at the time when I was here in June. And you probably saw some of the evidences that wasn't there. But what I did was I had it certified. And everything is status quo, it's still the same, hasn't changed. The property in question is my father's property up at 2260 Morera Street. Tax map P 2253, parcel 5. According to the Department of Planning and Permitting, it is still 1 acre. So I don't want to get into the same mistake I did the last time I went off. I thought I was having a contested case hearing, so I'll pretty much stop at that and try to end this thing. I know you guys
gotta get into contested case hearing, so I'm open to any question you guys have, anything regarding a property. If not, I just wanted to make it short and sweet, so you guys know exactly where I came from. I'm not gonna drag this thing out. Only that it's taking very long.
Commissioner Torre, you have a question?
Sure, yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you. I noticed you were here early this morning, way before I came. Mahalo for being
Yeah,
patient.
not a problem.
Through us and your tone and your humbleness speaking today. I thank you for that because it's a long trail. I was sitting here when you did come here, the last time, and it was very emotional. I understand that, especially when we're dealing with lease and are you a waitlister right now? Are you a waitlister?
Yes.
Yes. And so, your question is, why is your contested case hearing? You put in an application for a contested case hearing for
Yes,
your
yes.
case. And so now you're wondering why it's taking so long that you haven't heard anything, one, and where is it going? You had no communication of getting any response from the department?
Again, no response at all. The last thing I knew was that Juan was working on it, and that was back in December. He just started working on it.
So, it's really hard for me to go on because I don't know, the staff's not here. I don't know what the background is. Okay. Oh, okay. So in the back. Oh, okay. So somebody should have. Oh. Okay, so I think we're picking it up today as I. Did you know that you're up today?
No, like I said, no communication, nobody told me, nobody called.
What?
Yeah. Great. Commissioner Turia, right now we're in the part of the process where
Oh,
after the individual makes a request, the department comes back with a written recommendation and then the commission deliberates on the recommendation. So we're at that point.
It's in this page. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the party, there wouldn't be a hearing yet
Yeah.
with parties.
Okay. That's our AG explaining to us. Thank you so much. So you understand what the AG said then? Do you understand? right now,
Not,
Uncle?
not
Oh,
really.
Can you tell him then, Ryan, what?
So just to clarify,
Yeah.
your request was received by the commission. So commission provided you with notice that they were going to review your request. Where today is the day that the request is going to be reviewed by the commission, because everybody's here.
Okay. right
So
on.
you're gonna get, there will be a determination today.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, sir.
You want me hanging or?
I don't think
Okay,
you need to sit and wait. I think they'll notify
Shoot.
the department and thank you again, travel safe.
Thank you very much.
Okay, aloha.
Thank you, Val. Thank you.
Mr. Ramos.
Yes.
Aloha. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you.
You gotta do what you gotta do. My name is Simeon C. Ramos Jr. I go by Butch.
Yes.
I was here in December. And the timing was really bad because Isla was gonna be gone in a week, but he promised that I would get some information, because this is like two issues. First one is a 20-year-old issue where they took some property from me and they haven't paid us yet. And one of three things happens when you deal with the commission. If you don't, or the department, they hope they're gonna wait you out. You're gonna just give up and move, or you're gonna die. Now, at this point, I will be 75 years old next month. I wanna get this thing taken care of. Either you guys tell me you're right and you pay me, or you tell me you're wrong, and then I can sue you or do what I need to do. But we need to get to a conclusion. I gave Leah some maps I gave Louise, I thought Louise gave it to you.
Please proceed.
If you look at the map,
Yes.
and this is the original map that they used to do the project 20 years ago. On that yellow jagged line is the wall that was taken down. And prior to them doing the project, we had informational meetings where they said if we take any any improvements from you, from the property, we will reimburse you for it. So here's the rock wall, 120 feet. If you look down in the yellow, it says demolish and remove rock wall, and it points up to the wall that they took down. It also says demolish and remove concrete pad. There was a big dog kennel. That's not important. But here it's clearly on your maps showing the wall and also saying that you're going to demolish it. And so all I'm saying is that here is proof that there was a wall, the wall was taken down. Now you guys, again, do something about it.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No. Sidebar.
About 5 years after this, because I've been fighting with them, this Larry something wrote me a letter saying that they're gonna pay me off.
Who's there?
The department.
Okay.
In fact, I was talking to Stuart as he was leaving. And he told me that this guy, Larry, is 6th generation on behalf of the department. And I says, you know what, Larry? Can't accept that because you can't even buy the rocks for that, even 20 years ago. So, I liken that to being arrested and told to just plead guilty and we'll plea bargain this so you do no jail time. But I would say, but I'm not guilty and I don't want it on my record. So I don't want to be part of this. So I gave him back the check. And I said, no, because by me accepting the check, you're saying this is, everything's done and it's not done. So there was also a situation where through the project, big rock came from the mountain and smashed into one of my cars. And Stuart has a picture of it. Okay. So I've written 5 letters since September. Nobody has written me back.
Since September of 2022.
22, yeah. I've been in contact with them verbally. As an example.
Who were those letters addressed to?
To the director via Cedric. But this is an example how things work. Right now, I called Meliana 3 times.
Let me go over there.
She hasn't called me back yet. I talked to Kehao 3 times, and on the 3rd call, I said, Kehao, this is my 3rd call to you. Please call me. She called me back. I explained the situation. She said Stuart would get back to me last Monday. When I saw Stuart, I said, Stuart, you're not getting my messages or what? He says, no, I didn't get any. So, you guys figure out whether I'm lying or I'm telling the truth. There's no rock wall there now. It didn't disappear. So you guys tell me either you're gonna pay me, because what they had me do in September was get an estimate for a wall today. And I did that. I had a contractor go out there and put an estimate in. And maybe because the estimate came in so high that they say it's not worth that much.
What was the estimate?
48,000 for a 20-foot, 120-foot wall, rock wall, 4 feet high. This guy was a licensed contractor. The thing is, if they say it's too high, let's figure this out. You go show me proof that somebody else can do it cheaper. It doesn't matter to me. I just want the value of the wall. Now that's the issue a 20-year-old issue.
And you've been in contact with Juan, you said.
Who?
You've been in contact with, I'm sorry, with Stu. Who on
Last-
staff have you been in contact with? I just want to,
Recently?
yes.
Okay, how? That's the first time. Cedric gave her a heads up on this problem in January before he left. But, because he had been my contact point. And Cal was supposed to be taking care of this, but she doesn't know anything about it. So that's why she told Stuart to call me.
And did he?
No. I saw him today and he said he didn't get any other messages. I also don't understand why my letters haven't been replied to. But what's funny is that I'm an old school guy. I don't know how to use my phone other than to make phone calls and get phone calls. So I also don't trust the mail. So I come from town and I deliver it every time so that they cannot say, well, they got lost in the mail. So that's the initial issue. You guys owe me some money, or you guys tell me you don't owe me the money, and then I know what I need to do. The second issue is this project was done 20 years ago. They're doing a new project now, rockfall mitigation. And the timing is interesting because of the 3 rocks that have fallen recently over the island. Now, if you look at the map again, on the left side of my property, you see the 20-foot easement that connects to the 15-foot easement that comes out the other side. The theory was they're gonna clean up the properties, going up one side, going out the other, and come back out. Makes sense. It's like the stadium is gonna stop rusting after a certain point, you know? So that makes sense, right? Well, my neighbor, Robert Kikawa, called up his Imua friends over here and he says, bro, I'm building my house. I don't want that easement through my property. So you know what they told him? That's okay, no problem. We're not going to use that. So that easement that shows over here was never made. Now they're trying to come through my property and tell me you're going to go through your property. I said, you already told Kekawa 20 years ago, we don't need your easement. Also on the right-hand side, it's owned by a judge or was owned by a judge. And he told the department the same thing, screw you guys. So this easement is not there. So now you had this long 15-foot easement in back of the properties that nobody has cleaned in 20 years. Okay, now you guys want to come to my property. And I told Cedric, I said, Cedric, I will do the same thing I did 20 years ago and let you use my property to go through the properties on one condition, well, 2 conditions. One, you pay me for what you owe me. And secondly, that this is a temporary easement. He says, you know what, cannot do that. We're gonna make it permanent. I said, well, then you have to move my property. So now they went to my neighbor on the side of me and they're using his to mobilize. So the second part of my whole concern is that you're trying to put an easement on my property that you already told Kikawa, we don't need it. So I just hope you guys recognize that if you didn't need it 20 years ago, you don't need it now. Because in the 20 years that this project was done, going on 25 years, nobody has cleaned the damn property anyway. So if you don't need it, I'm gonna fight you if you try and take it from me. I mean, I'm not trying to be a bully, but I don't want to be bullied either. But basically, that's my concerns. I would like you guys to let me know soon whether we can get this thing paid off and tell me that you're not going to take my property, or if you will, then you're going to have another problem.
Mr. Ramos, I can't tell you what the department will do or won't do.
I thought you guys tell them what to do.
Well, I can't tell you here right now what the decision's gonna be. That I can't tell you.
No, I'm not expecting one. But you know, I'm willing to
But what I
do what,
can tell you is that my office will work with you to ensure that we can connect you with the appropriate staff and have someone from the chair's office in that meeting so that at least you can sit with the correct staff folks and be able to ask your question and get your question answered.
I
That
appreciate
think
that. And, you know, I'm
I
not
can commit to that.
expecting anything. Yeah, I mean, that's not a problem. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. But again, I'm gonna be 75 next
I
month.
understand.
Let's get this shit done. You know what I mean? I've been a good lessee.
Yeah.
When Kikawa told them, screw you, it came through I let them come through my property.
I understand.
So, you know, again, I just want to be a good lessee, but you guys gotta be good stewards too,
Your request is a fair one.
okay?
I don't
So-
disagree with that.
Are there any questions? If not, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Again, thank you for being here. I've seen you early this morning too.
Well, I had a good breakfast.
Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Hello. Gentlemen, put up your shit.
Yeah. We're going to take a recess and we're going to do Janet first, and we're going to do the speaking screen, and then we'll come back to the agenda.
What is that? What is that?
2:30,
Contested.
couple contested screen first. 2:30, so the recess can be over 90 minutes.
No, but it's 2:30. Aren't we gonna hit all of these? Oh,
Hi, this is from Miley Veteran. This is
we're gonna do
recorded.
the contested case, because I gotta leave after that, sorry.
We started with Janet. Janet.
He's here.
Yeah, outside.
He didn't hear me. I'm here. Hello?
Johnny.
It's not me. I'm gonna sit here. Just need- Don't hold it for me.
Right.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair then, let's go.
Vice
Careful
Chair's
now,
taking
kids. Let's
control.
go. Rock and roll, let's go.
Take it over.
Rock and roll, come
Gotta
on.
put it in the Maui mode now. Slow it down, brother.
Come on, brother.
Still live. Stand by. Yeah, we're still live.
Yeah.
Still live.
We're going to recess. We're going to
Oh.
off of the line.
We are going into recess for 90 minutes.
90.
Yeah, we have a couple of cases. Okay, now, so,
Oh.
I'm nervous as it is, okay? Just
one second while we.
that's so clear, man.
Put the room and put everybody in the wait room.
this commission on what has been going on Molokai. On Tuesday, January 31st, 2023, our DHHL chair designee, along with his secretary, visited our island of Molokai in response to the Department of Health and Public Safety concern. The area of concern is on 708 Lake Kukui residential property. We know that as the Curtis Crab property in Ho'olehua, where there are 35 residential homes. There's a Grace Episcopal Church nearby, Lanikea Community Center, Tutu and Me, and Ahapunana Leo Preschool. As soon as I heard word what was going on in that area, I responded to see what work was being done. And just for the record, I am speaking on my own behalf, outside of my own county official hat, as well as the Shaw Vice Chair. This neighborhood has been experiencing numerous medical conditions. Neighbors began to be sick, causing respiratory conditions, asthma, hospitalization, and even cancer, which was very unfortunate that one of our kupunas within that neighborhood, directly across of the street, directly across from the affected property, has already died. It was unknown what the source was until the heavy rain events that we occurred this past few months made it more prevalent that there was some type of toxic substance within the neighborhood, and the direct neighbor noticed it coming from this residence. There were abandoned vehicles, and behind one of the vehicles, there were stored buckets and drums of an unknown substance. And as this matter arises, I believe more will be exposed, but for this moment, we can only inform the commission of what is going on. And these families that are affected are seeking legal counsel. I do have someone on the iPhone who's a neighbor that's been affected, would like to share his testimony. His name is Noah John Horner and his wife, Tara Horner, who are one of those neighboring properties. So if it's okay, he's here and he can unmute and introduce himself and give his testimony. Mahalo.
Sure.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Okay, can you hear me good? Great.
We can hear you. Please offer your testimony. Aloha.
Awesome. Okay, aloha Chair and Commissioners. My name is Noah Horner. I reside at 657 Lake Kukui. Quick question that I had in regards to our incident here on the island is, number one, if it was legal for this homesteader to store these materials of this sort and also in these quantities on homeland zoned for residential purposes. If the answer to that question is no, would it be considered a criminal matter? If the answer is yes, I'm curious to know at what level. Would it be the county, the state, or federal law? It is also my understanding that the origin of the products may have come from a DHHL facility here on the island. I have also learned that at the time of disposal, there should have been a disposal certification, which to this point has not been generated. I believe the original contract was dated back at least, we want to say maybe 8 years ago. I believe that these procedures are here to prevent these types of events from happening. I am just one of a few concerned residents due to the amount of the surrounding neighbors that may have been affected by these materials being in our neighborhood. Also, are you folks all aware of the situation that we are referring to, or is this the first time you folks are hearing about this?
So this is Commissioner Awo. I've seen an email describing what you are describing. Now, I just want to take some time to respond to your question, if this is a criminal violation or if in fact it constitutes any kind of violation. And the way it works or should work is we dispatch somebody to conduct an investigation. And then as a result of the investigator's findings, that comes back to the department for our consideration. I do want to add, we have one person currently that is part of the E team, the enforcement team. And that's what we got right now.
So the member of the enforcement team is through the Hawaiian Homelands, or who does that person be assigned to?
Correct. So we have one person assigned to the E team. Now you have indicated this is occurring on Hawaiian Homelands. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last part?
You have indicated this is occurring on Hawaiian Homelands. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
We are in the residential property up in the Ho'olehua area.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Horner, I'm prepared to provide an update if you would like.
Yes, please.
So I was made aware of the situation. Hold on one moment. I'm just looking at my calendar. I was made aware of the situation the afternoon of Monday, January 30th, about 4 o'clock. The next morning at about 6:45, I was on the ground in Molokai with one of my staff members. We went out, we took a look at the property. We found that as you described, or as was described, there was a truck on the crab property. In the back of the truck was a number of drums that had some type of fuel substance that had leaked into the back of the truck. My office contacted both the State Department of Health and the Department of the Attorney General. On Tuesday, February 14th, 2 weeks later, the State Department of Health, working with a contractor, went out to the site, removed the fuel from the back of the truck, as well as the drums, contained all of that and put it into a shipping container on the crab property. Furthermore, the Department of Health did some soil remediation work and removed soil that was found to be contaminated, placed that soil in boxes on the crab property, wrapped those boxes in plastic and tarps that is contained safely on the crab property, wrapped according to the Department of Health. The department sent samplings of the soil for testing. And as soon as the testing of the soil comes back, the Department of Health is going to work on disposing of the soil, but the department needs to be able to determine definitively what is in the soil in order to dispose of it. My understanding from looking at our department's records is that this issue goes back to roughly 2015. So in the course of about 2 weeks, our administration was able to get the area cleaned up in conjunction with the Department of Health and the Department of the Attorney General, stored safely on the crab property right now, according to the Department of Health. And we are awaiting Department of Health disposing of the fuel as well as the contaminated soil. And that's where we are right now, Mr. Horner.
Okay, the Department of Health official that was here on island, oh, Terry.
Yes.
So Terry's been wonderful. We've been in close contact with Terry, and he's been keeping me well updated on his progress on his end as far as what he was responsible for. I did see the shipping container leave Lake Kukui today at around 1:18 this afternoon. So the material is well on its way out of It is off of the DHHL property at this
So
moment.
it's out of your neighborhood?
The shipping container it is. I think we just awaiting the testing for the soil. And then once we can determine what the materials are, Department of Health can make the decision on where that needs to go. If it can be legally dumped at the landfill here on Molokai and buried, or if it possibly needs to be shipped out. So
Yes.
I believe we are awaiting that. A couple of concerns that I had in regards to this this incident is the irresponsible decisions of that property owner, or not property owner, but that lessee.
The lessee, yes.
Yes, and I am hoping that the DHHL as a department as a whole, or whatever entity this holds jurisdiction to, can hold him accountable for whatever happened here. I do believe that accountability is a good way to prevent these things from happening and allowing others to understand the risks to other people's safety when it comes to this kind of things. And I'm sure that holding him accountable will create great policies and procedures for this type of stuff to happen. Another concern that I had was that, and if someone could answer some of these questions at some point, was that we were told that this material was actually removed, and it was, you folks had an agreement with the lessee to have it removed. And I believe that the contract was not fulfilled because the lessee could not provide his certification of disposal. With that being said, you know, at what point does the DHHL keep the responsibility? I'm not too sure if you folks are able to answer that, or if that's a state question or Department of Health or a federal EPA question as far as the origin of the materials. I would have hoped that within those within this time that you have on your records, you know, there would have been some sort of follow-up in regards to these materials being removed from the DHHL base yards.
First off, just on behalf of the department, I do sincerely apologize to your community for having to deal with this so long. I'm pleased that we were able to get the fuel as well as the contaminated soil, that at least the soil that was determined to be contaminated by the Department of Health, out of the environment and secured according to the department while we're waiting to remove it. That being said, we're still working to establish, the department is still working to establish all of what had happened. As I mentioned, I believe the issue goes back to roughly 2015. My administration is still working to go through documents to see exactly what occurred. That's really all I can tell you definitively right now, is we are going, my administration is going through documents to find out definitively what occurred. Additionally, we're having to try to get the documents of a retired DHHL employee, as the DHHL employee at the time who supposedly worked with Mr. Crabb no longer works with the department.
Okay. And then as far as this information gathering that takes part on behalf of DHHL, or do you folks have private contractor to do this type of investigations? Is there, I believe the other gentleman said that there's an enforcement person that you folks have?
We do have an enforcement team that is really just 2 people right now. It is our internal staff that is going through the documents in our office. Mr. Horner, do you, when all of the fuel was out in the environment, were you able to smell the fumes from your residence?
I did pick up a smell of fumes in the from my home.
Have you noticed any improvement?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm well aware of the containment and the removal of the materials, which I, along with you, is also appreciative of. Yeah. So I understand containment and I understand the removal. And
But you
I
could smell the
believe
fumes from your home before, is what you're saying.
the days that it got reported is when I could smell it. And I actually took a drive around the neighborhood to go ahead and go look for it because my brother-in-law, who owns a contracting business here on Molokai, he is currently building the Veteran Center up on that hill right above the residence that we are talking about. So when I smelled it, I was concerned that perhaps there was something on my brother-in-law's work site that was being compromised. So we took a few trips around the neighborhood. I went to check out his work site. It didn't look like anything had any sort of fuel storage, which was what I was kind of looking for. And when I came back home, I had discovered engine 9 down the road. And so when I took a ride down to go ahead and see if I could find anything else, I got to stop by and talk with some of the gentlemen because I am also a firefighter here on Molokai. And so a lot of these gentlemen I'm co-workers with. So I was able to find out from the gentleman that was working that day on shift of what they had found behind the lot. And I had expressed to them that I could smell it from my residence and I was trying to locate it.
Okay. So that's where we are at this point, Mr. Horner. Commissioner Owo.
Yes, so Chair, thank you for that update. I think that mitigation in the short period of time, that's a lot. A lot was done, so thank you for that. There's two pieces to this situation. There is the mitigation piece and then the investigative piece. So that's a work in progress, right?
The Department of Health did do an investigation. The Department of Health removed all the fuel and also took out the soil that the Department of Health determined to be contaminated. If you're asking about an investigation from our department, Commissioner Awo, we haven't started that yet.
Okay. But I think that is the piece
I
that
think that's next.
he is asking about. So we can determine how this began, who might be responsible, and as a result, if there's any kind of criminal act that or possibly a lease violation that may have been committed. So
And there may
that
have
is
been.
yeah, and that's the piece that's a work in progress.
Yes, and there may have been, very well may have been a lease violation, Commissioner Awo.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Yeah, and as far as the lease violation, I'm under the impression from the DOH official that there was definitely a violation in regards to the zoning, the residential zoning of my area. And being that this type of material was being stored in a residential area, which he clearly stated that it was a definite violation for anyone to take place in this type of incident. No one in the Hawaiian Homes or county, whatever level that you want to speak about, if the area is zoned as a residential area, it is a direct violation to not only create a contract to remove material, but especially to store it on a property, on a private property of any type of residential zoning. And not just that, but it is also very alarming to learn that these materials were stored there for such a long period of time. It's been about 8 years, I believe, and my concern also as far as the health of the neighbors, that leaves me to understand that there is a possibility that within those 8 years, these residents could have been exposed to these hazardous materials over some time. And based off of some of what I understand, the longevity of being exposed to these type of things will make a big difference, as opposed to just being, you know, exposed to the hazmat materials on a day in, or, you know, just a day or two. But over the period of a few years, you know, that's a big concern. I am hoping, and I believe the gentleman who had our opening prayer this morning had directly asked for you folks to do your folks' duty, that beneficiaries may be benefiting from everything that the DHHL Commission and everyone a part of this will be able to make sure that our Hawaiian homelands is in good hands. And I trust that. And I trust that the duty will be done, and the due diligence with the commissioners will be afforded to us. I appreciate that. If there is some type of policies that are not in place for this type of incidents, I'm hoping that we can create some. If there is some type of policies in place right now, then we really need to start to look into improving these types of things so that we can avoid this type of incidents in happening in the future.
And Mr. Horner, what will happen going forward is that once all of the information from the Department of Health comes to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands as to what was found in the soil, definitively what was removed from the truck and ultimately disposed of meaning all of the materials, we'll take, if I'm the chair, still interim chair, still at that point, I would turn that information over to our enforcement team to share with the commission, and then the commission, I believe, would then consider all that information and consider further action.
I appreciate that.
But that's the plan right now, sir.
Okay. I appreciate that. Do we have anything else to any sort of? I have my wife here. I'm gonna turn it over to her. Okay.
Aloha, my name is Tara Horner. Aside from all the things and the concerns that my husband had brought up, I did want to bring to light one of my concerns. I found it very disappointing that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands was notified on January 31st, and a letter I received after I got home dated February 17th was finally sent out. And I just find it very disappointing that it took 17 days to notify the people in our community, knowing that nobody knew definitively what was actually stored in the buckets. Like it could be something as non-hazardous as cooking oil or something worse. In fact, the way I found out was through the neighbor directly to the right of the crab residence. He took the time to walk around to let all of us know that the process of removal was going to start on February 14th. Now, the letter that I received dated February 17th is letting us know that there will be a removal, but this was literally after the removal, because the removal started on February 14th. And I think for the residents here, communication is very important on this type of matter, not just for us, but just as a community in general. I feel like we were left in the dark, and that even with my own children, I always tell them when things are going wrong, that is the most crucial time to communicate, because, you know, I saw all the neighbors coming out that day the removal started. There was a little chaos. I feel like all that chaos could have been avoided should someone had taken the responsibility to let all of the neighbors know what was happening prior to the removal. And I don't mean by another neighbor. I feel like communication on what was going to happen could have avoided a lot of confusion on the street that day. Things that did get a little bit heated because a lot of people are feeling blindsided. And so this is just something that I really wanted to bring to light, that the lack of urgency really was disappointing for us as people who could have possibly been slowly poisoned for the last 8 years. And I can speak for not just for my home at the corner of Lake Kukui, but other members throughout this street. I did draw a map of a lot of people, and I wrote down a lot of the ailments that I am familiar with just within this little community. Sybil did mention one kupuna passing away from cancer. I also know of several others who passed away from cancer on this same street, just 4 homes away. So, and then you have Junior, who's right next, who received an abscess, nerve damage. I mean, you can go on and on with the ailments on this street. Is this hazard material responsible? We don't know. However, I feel that in the future, communication would have made a big difference in the way things played out on Kukui on February 14th. And that was just something that I wanted to bring to light, that communication at this time is very important to the people on this street. And we appreciate the letter coming out. However, it did feel a little late.
And I understand your point. Once the issue was brought to my attention, my focus was just on removal and getting it out as quickly as possible, being that from what I had learned, it had been there for 8 years. The focus was on, let's just get the stuff out as quickly as possible. And that was the focus.
And we appreciate.
So I do sincerely apologize for information trickling in to you as neighbors. I do apologize for that.
I appreciate that.
And again, it was just that my administration was just focused on getting the material removed, safely contained, and then doing the soil remediation with the State Department of Health.
All right, well, thank you very much. I think that's pretty much all we had. But I do appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to our concerns. And we hope to see the full report sooner than later. And yeah, we look forward to working with you guys on making sure that everybody in this area is safe and that we can do our due diligence to make sure that this doesn't happen again in the future.
And I also am hopeful that this ordeal is coming to a close for your community. This shouldn't have happened. I mean, it shouldn't have been sitting there. Well, but I would also like to thank all of you for your understanding.
Thank you.
And working with the department. You have every right to be frustrated, but thank you very much for your understanding.
Mahalo.
Mahalo, Chair, and I also wanted to, commend and say thank you to our commissioner. When I responded, I made sure that I informed him, and he was as concerned as we were all, and he kind of put himself in the front line to find out what was going on. And I believe he did contact the DHR, I believe was Juan Garcia, to kind of get more of the facts of what is going on. So I appreciate Commissioner Helm helping within the front lines as well. So mahalo, thank you.
Yes, I understand Commissioner Helm did indeed contact staff and was involved with working with staff. That's my understanding.
And if you're okay, I think I do have one. I don't know if he's on. I just want to see if he's on Junior Kaho'olawa'a. If not, then I will end our testimonies altogether. But I know that they
Still on? Hello.
I'm sorry.
Hey, God, it's me, Junior.
Hey, aloha, brother. Could you turn down your speaker a little bit? We're getting some feedback, but we can hear you.
Hey, God.
There we go. Please proceed.
So, what's the initial caller?
Junior, we're unable to hear you clearly. We're getting a lot of feedback.
Okay, hold on.
Did he disappear? We lost connection. Commissioner Helm, we see you. Did you have any remarks you wanted to make? We can see you.
You can hear me now?
We can hear you now, Junior.
Yeah, sorry about the technical difficulty.
Okay, we can hear you now.
I was the first that they made the call, and I like to make it clear, it was on January 28th to the fire department, Holyoke Fire Department.
Okay.
Requesting some kind of support for hazardous material spill that I woke up early in the morning with massive headaches and coughing and respiratory problems. I live just about 25 to 50 feet away from the exposure of the contaminants for over 8 years. After having the fire department come down and take a look at it, I took it on my own self to go and call Hawaiian Homes down in Molokai, and I made that clear to you, right, Kaika?
Yep.
I called Cindy Manawis. This is Monday morning now. And I told her, the incident happened on Saturday. Did you guys hear about it? She said, yes. I said, I need to speak to someone. Someone needs to come up here ASAP. She said, I'll get back with you. Let me talk to Juan Garcia. She calls me in the evening, relaying the message to me that Juan Garcia said to come into his office on Thursday at 2 o'clock. Now I told her, Cindy, we stay in imminent danger over here. And this whole residential area is smelling toxic fumes over here. It's unbearable. I gotta leave my home. And so this process was very confusing. But I left my home. I made an effort to go and let all my neighbors know that I'm leaving my home, that we have hazardous material in large quantities. Making it known to them, I found out there are a lot of underlying health conditions, the little ones with asthma, north, south, east, and west of their property.
Mhm.
Now keep in mind, the wind doesn't only blow trade winds into my home. It blows north, it blows all over. And so I found out that kupunas, that underlying condition, just like me, that was affected. I took it upon myself for the love of my people and trusting the responsibilities of representatives in high places, the DOH, the DHHL, took an oath to care for the people of Hawaii. I felt violated. Now I'm still out of my home at this moment. I'm still out of my home without paying out of my own pocket. I'm asking, who has the authority to render my home safe after so many people have smelled the smell from 200 yards down the road, across the street? Who has the authority to render my home safe for me to go home after I almost passed away 8 months ago? Now, as a father, as a husband, I'm supposed to provide for the needs of my family. And to be afraid to go back home, it makes it hard for me psychologically, mentally, physically, and to manage my own business. I stand here today with the petitions that have been written out to the DHHL, to the DOH. In my response, it was all about after the fact, letting people know after the fact. My main concern wasn't about money, it was about lives, it was about our people, our families are affected. Now I know in my heart this is criminal. I made it clear to you, Ikaika. I made it clear to you, brother. And today, I didn't have a response to you in the proper written documents to render my home safe. Mind you, my home still smells like fluid. You told me I can go home. Who went inside of my house and test for air quality in my home? No one. No one, Yeah. And furthermore, DOH, DOH said from now on, Ikaika is not taking this case over. We are. So, Kaika, with that said, you called me and you told me you talked to Terry, DOH, and Terry told you that I can go home. But let me make it clear to you there, Kaika. I see written documents rendering my home safe for me to take my family and feel safe and my community. All the little ones, all the kupunas, that's who I'm standing up for and speaking for. This is criminal in residential area on Molokai. I find it very difficult, the integrity, the loyalty, people in high places not being committed to even step foot and be witnesses over there. As a leasee, I feel threatened that no one ever came over there to make it known that they really wanted to help. They're dropping a ball on this. And because I feel that the oil, the concentrates that came out of the DHHL's base yard is right behind my house. And so with all of this going on, Kaika, let me make it clear to you. Ask me, is my home rendered safe for me to go home?
I can't answer that question, Junior. I don't have the expertise to tell you whether your home is safe or not, nor does the Department of Hawaiian Homelands have the expertise to tell you that. The commitment that I made to you, when I came to Molokai was that I would work to get the hazardous materials cleaned up as quickly as possible. And my other commitment to you was that the department would house you and provide you with hotel accommodation at the department's cost until the hazardous material was cleaned up. Upon checking our policies, Junior, at the department, our department didn't have any policies that allowed for the department to pay for housing lessee. So I put down my personal credit card to house you to the tune of about $5,200 that I fronted out of my own pocket just to ensure that we would be able to, that I could honor my commitment to you to be able to house you until all of the hazardous materials were cleaned up. That was the commitment that I made that we honored. But as to your other question, is your house safe for you to occupy right now? Our department doesn't have, I can't tell you that it is or that it is not, but I can tell you that the Department of Health has shared with me that the fuel that was stored in the back of the truck has been removed from the back of the truck and was placed into a shipping container, and that all of the contaminated soil, as far as the Department of Health found, was removed, put into boxes, sent for testing, and then the boxes were secured and remain secured on Mr. Crab's property. That's what the Department of Health has shared with me up to this point.
Kaika, so when I go home, my body automatically react. My home smells like fumes. Whose responsibility is that? The victim, me? To hire somebody for air quality?
I can't answer that question. That's not a question that we have the
So-
expertise to give you an answer to right now.
So now, Sunday was the last time you paid for me. You personally paid for my hotel. I'm out on the street right now, living with my backpack behind my truck. Yeah. And so I find it hard to see the integrity of the department of DHHL to abandon me at this very moment with my family. Yeah. I don't know the impact that has put upon me, my relationship with my wife, with my job, the emotional distress, the unforeseen nature of answers. Now you tell me how I feel. You tell me, yeah? Without money in my pocket, I'm struggling over here. And
I do regret
agree
that
with
this dragged on that long. Since 2015, I believe you shared with me.
So now, if I no more money, I get in hard time. Whose responsibility is to help take care of me and my family? If I'm a victim, who, Ikaika?
I can't give you an answer to that right now, Junior. I can't, that's not a question I can answer sitting here in front of you today.
Okay, so if DOH take over this situation, who has the authority to render my home safe for me to go home? I need written documents.
You could ask DHA, you could ask the Department of Health that question. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Kaika, I asked you many times, you and Terry. You know that, Kaika, I get all the texts. I get them with you, DOH, and Lindy Coy. No response from you guys all this week. You know that, Kaika.
I don't have the expertise, Junior, to tell you your home is safe or not safe. What I did say is I committed to house you until the hazardous materials had been removed and had been contained. That's happened. The materials have been removed. They have been contained. Is your house safe today? I can't answer that question. I don't have the expertise to answer that question.
So you believe me when I say my home, my bedding and everything smells like fumes and my body reacts? Do you believe that?
Junior, I have no reason to doubt you on that. I visited your property with you when you said you smelt those noxious fumes. I was standing right next to you and smelled the same thing you did. I have no reason to believe that what you're telling me today is not true.
So for the love of our people, in these circumstances, what are you gonna do to help make this right? And how long will it take? How long will it take? And what are you gonna do to make this right, Kaika?
I can't tell you how long this is going to take, Junior. What I can tell you is we'll work with the department. Yeah, well, we're already working with the department. I mean, we've already started working with the Department of the Attorney General as well. So we've removed all of the hazardous materials to date. That's done. And we'll work with the Department of Health and the Department of the Attorney General on the other issues. But I can't sit here in front of you today and tell you when this is all going to be resolved.
Can you go square this off with DOH and see who has the authority to render my home for me to go home and written documents safe?
We can ask the Department of Health that question. I don't know what they're going to tell me.
I told you many times, Ikaika. That I need help. I don't know how much more I'm gonna plead with you, Kaika. But make this right. That's all I can say. Make this right. Yeah.
And we're working on that. And I hope that I've showed you some commitment by what we've done thus far.
Yeah.
I mean, we got this stuff cleaned up in 17 days when it was there for 8 years. I would hope that you at least take some of that into consideration. I do understand your frustration, and you got every right to be frustrated.
And I hope
every right.
And you hope you understand that I'm not a troublemaker going around bullying people, but I'm gonna make it straight to you. Yeah. That as high officials, as DOH, DHHL, you guys supposed to have a protocol of going and letting everybody know. You guys didn't even do that. So that just shows me the confidence that our people get in you folks. In a residential area. Took away my confidence and trust that you guys gonna do what is right. But you know what? I had to go out and let everybody know that that place over there, the contamination that you guys smell coming right from my house, and I'm moving out of here. Giving them all an opportunity, maybe They can take their kids out of there that have asthma. Yeah. So I like make it clear to you guys. You guys gonna drop the ball on this. You guys drop the ball on this. And I'm holding you guys all accountable for this. So that never this stuff happen again. And so I'm making that clear to you, Kaika. Okay? So please go talk to Terry. We had these conversations many times. Many times, Ikaika. Make it right.
We're working
That's all
on
I
that.
get for sure.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Kofu?
Yeah, did we lose Zach? Did he jump off?
Yeah.
So Kaika, do we have the ability to fund remediation or at least air testing for the neighboring properties?
I don't even know how we would do that.
Can we-
We didn't even have the capability to house this guy. I mean, when I went and checked policy, okay. If after talking with Senator DeQuaid, it was like, well, brother, at least they're telling me the least your department could do is house him until you remove all of that stuff. We didn't even have the policies for that. So I don't see how, I'm, from what I understand, our department lacks the expertise
So we,
to
yeah,
determine whether his home is safe or not. Now, he's telling all of us, he still smells the fumes. I got no reason to believe that this man is a liar from what
right, but
what I've experienced with him.
I think the same
He's
way
told me
that,
the truth every step of the way.
yeah, the same way that you were responsive and got up there and got the materials off, I think the department needs to send the right professionals there to do the remediation or not the remediation, but the testing to give the neighboring properties
fair.
assurances. Now, I can't tell you because I don't know where that money comes from, but it comes from somewhere. And I know it came from your credit card or whatever initially, but that's got to be a question that we can get an answer to. I mean, we are a state agency. We should have some emergency funding for this kind of. Yeah, you don't know. I don't know.
On that, I don't, but, you know,
Yeah,
you
so,
guys have every right to be frustrated.
yeah, look, I understand the frustration, but I also want to acknowledge the good faith effort that's been made and the attempt on your own dime to provide temporary housing within a matter of 2 weeks versus the many years that it was not addressed. So I think that's an important acknowledgement to make. Now the unanswered question is, what is the policy? I mean, the question before us is, does the department have the capacity to respond to their request that is being made? And to that, I don't know. So I think that's something that has to be looked into, but I wouldn't know that.
We are going to look into it.
Yeah, so.
We'll, we'll continue looking for. I'm not sure from what I understand, the Department of Health doesn't go and test the residents for that. Is there a contractor that may do it? That's what we're going to look into.
Yeah, and I
And if we
think,
need to fund that, then we need to fund it.
I think those contractors do exist. I don't think there's a lot of them. And I'm not sure what the cost is, but you know, I do appreciate what you have attempted to do on his behalf. So, yeah, I think I'll end it there because the question is still on the table. What is the next step? So thank you.
And Commissioner, I do wish the communication was better. I was just focusing on getting the stuff out of there, and that's what we focused on, was getting the stuff out of there.
And there were like Department of Health responded.
Yes, they did.
Anybody, any other agency?
Department of the Attorney General.
Okay. Okay, and then I'm just wondering if Fire Hazmat would weigh in on something
The
like
Maui,
this.
the the Maui Fire Department and the Maui Police Department both responded.
Okay. Okay, so that's a lot of agencies. Yeah, thank
And
you.
And Senator DeCoit also responded personally more than once. So the elected officials did what they could to step up to.
Thank you.
Yes,
Kaika,
yes,
remember that day you came up there with me in the morning with Stacy?
yes, yes.
You told me if anybody had one flatbed that you wanted to take these out right away, right?
I'm sorry?
A tow truck. You told me you wanted one tow truck to come over here. If you know anybody with a tow truck to take these out. Do you remember that when you told me that?
Yeah, that's what we checked with the Department of Health
Yeah,
on. We asked the
that's all.
Department of Health that
But-
question.
But when I told you, I'm a firefighter, I'm a former firefighter. This is high quantities that is all over the ground,
Mhm.
all over the truck, in high quantities. I told you, Kaika,
Mhm.
this is beyond the scope of just grabbing one tow truck and towing this thing out of here. You're gonna contaminate all this whole place over here.
Right, but that's when I also said that I was gonna contact the Department of Health to see if that was an option or what they would recommend. And which we
Right.
did.
And at the same time,
And the Department of Health told me that wasn't the right way to do it.
yeah, at the same time now, keep in mind now, the Department of Health will have you and Curtis Crabb, the landowner, remove all of that. Am I correct?
I didn't remove anything.
No, but DOH recommended you to work with Curtis Crabb in retrieving all of that out of there, right?
The usual course of action, according to the Department of Health, is that the department works with the violator to do the cleanup. As soon as I found that out, I asked the Department of Health to intervene and to stop the alleged violator from doing any more work. At my request, the Department of Health did that and had Mr. Crabb cease any additional work.
I think
And
I
then
made that happen.
The Department of Health oversaw that work themselves.
No, I think I made that happen because I told DOH, look, you guys gotta be on the scene to help find these guys accountable in every move that they make, because they're not hazmat professionals. You or Curtis Pratt. I said you guys needed one professional be there. If you guys gonna make him do it, they need to be there to hold him accountable. Why? First, number one, you stay on residential area. Two, because it's a massive spill.
Right, agreed, which is why we worked with the Department of Health to do the cleanup rather than Mr. Crabb, once we found out that the Department of Health was gonna work with Mr. Crabb.
I felt like you guys
I agree
took
with
this
you on
very,
that.
I felt like you guys took this very lightly. My main concern is that this will never happen. This will never happen again.
Well, I can assure you, I didn't take it lightly. That's why I asked the Department of Health not to allow Mr. Crabb to do any work once I found out that Mr. Crabb was working with the department. I felt the Department of Health had to oversee. And then they stepped in and they did oversee. So I can assure you, I didn't take this lightly at all, no.
Okay, if you're not taking it lightly, I'm gonna make it clear to you. I told you time and time again that ignorance is not an excuse. But I'm gonna tell you now, right now, at this time, you guys have no clue on how to care for me as a victim in your guys' policy. You guys have no clue what you guys gonna do with guys like me with underlying condition. I just went to the emergency room 3 times. 3 times in the last three and a half weeks. And I still get hard time breathe.
So we did work to clear up the hazardous substance. We didn't have a policy to provide you with overnight accommodations, but we came up with something. And in the meantime, we don't have, as far as I'm aware, we don't have the existing capacity to do testing of your home that you're mentioning, but that is something that we will discuss and look at our options with the Attorney General as well as with the other departments. So we'll do that.
Okay. Other than that, I just like to thank you for taking my conversations with you to heart. And I know Keakua's eyes is upon all his children. I'm gonna tell you again, I'll let you do the right thing. I find it in my heart to forgive. Forgive, but I'm gonna tell you now, I feel threatened in my life because I cannot even feel safe taking my family home. Nobody can give me nobody gonna give me any word and render my home safely. And all this time I've been waiting patiently, Taika, with backpacks behind my truck. Okay? So that's all I get for share right now.
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Commissioners, anything further? If not, then we'll go to our next item. Thank you. Lily Napoleon.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can.
We try to get my share screen on. Okay, my topic is not nearly as intense as everybody else. I'm actually here to thank the department for all the effort, time, energy that you folks have put into the Naiva subdivision. It looks like things are moving along in terms of the planning and the design. I'm here to just ask for continued support as it starts to motion into construction and infrastructure. We have 58 DCs, and of these, I wanted to share that we do have a program that we're starting. So it's a homeowner builder program and an ag program just to get them ready when it comes to understanding the cost of owning a home, understanding what it takes to have a certain amount of credit, certain amount of income, capital, collateral, capacity, all of that, all of those good things in which they call the 4 C's. So we plan to roll that out in connection with Hawaiian Community Lending. It's going to be a 3-year project, and our first meeting is scheduled for the 17th of April. So we're going to try to pull all the leases together and see who's interested in this particular program. It might fit for some, it might not fit for others, but we want to be able to give them this option. In terms of the ag groups that we're looking to work with, definitely CTAR, because they have a lot rolling out. Sustainable Molokai, and then it looks like Ho'opili's Ag Foundation plans to do some agricultural work with leases, and we'd like to work with them as well, just to give our folks options. Once again, you know, everybody learns differently and they absorb content differently, so we wanted to be able to offer that sort of in a platter manner. But that's kind of what we got going on in our neck of the woods. What an intense day listening to everybody's stories and kind of what's going on. You know, for me, when it comes to Cindy, when it comes to Juanito, they've been very supportive and they've been there answering my emails, taking my phone calls. So I'm thankful to have people on the ground. And then even for Leatrice allowing me to come on to share. But I know you guys got plenty tasks to do. Just kind of one more to add to the list, but totally understandable when it comes to the prioritization. But other than that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Megan Matsuda.
Aloha. Oh, me. I don't know if you guys can see me. Oh, there you go. Aloha. How's
Aloha.
everybody there?
Please proceed.
All right. So, is it okay if I share my screen with you guys? I made a PowerPoint to talk about what I'm here to present to ask for your support.
Sure.
All right.
Our staff is working on that right now.
Okay, cool. So it's interesting everybody's talking about homes today because that's actually what I am here to talk about. Thank you. So for the past 8 years, we've been developing a program, and we've actually partnered up with multiple agencies who have been a part in writing this proposal. Okay. Can you guys see my screen?
We can.
You can? Okay, awesome.
Yes, we
So-
can. We also have your handout.
I'm sorry?
We also have your handout. We have a hard copy of what you have on the screen.
Great. So I kind of switched some things around, but it's Pu'uhonua o Kauai. It's a culturally guided solution for Kauai houseless. We've been helping the houseless here for quite some time now, and with the rising costs of housing, I don't have to tell you that, you know, people are getting kicked out of their homes. Less Hawaiian, more Hawaiians are moving off. Less than 10% of us are still here in Hawaii. And the ones waiting for housing is becoming a problem. And, you know, the sweeps don't help, which helps, you know, doesn't help with a lot of other things. So I'm just gonna go through this pretty quickly because I know you guys had a long day. We're a nonprofit. It's called Eolopono HCH, Hawaiian Cultural Home. So we're seeking to establish a pu'uhonua that provides safe shelter, you know, food grown on site, all those kinds of things. We've already piloted a couple programs with the houseless, who've also been helping to clean the communities, such as bathrooms. They volunteered to learn how to grow food and have grown food. So it's actually been really successful. And it started with a Facebook group called Healing Kauai's Houses and Community Needs. We have about 1,000 active people involved in this, including nonprofits and the County of Kauai. So this is just a quick summary of, you know, what we stand for that you guys can pretty much read on your own. But, you know, since the pandemic, they used to be able to camp at campgrounds once a week. They could leave, you know, so they clean the campgrounds and they would come back. Now that's not even happening anymore. And the sweeps are happening more often. And as volunteers and someone in the community who helps the houseless, it doesn't just affect them, but it also affects a lot of people in the community who are coming to help give them tents, tarps, foods, and it also creates more trash, you know, as when we take it to rubbish dumps, because we do work with them and taking rubbish dumps and trying to clean things up. So we've actually been working, they're actually part of the community now, which is really great. And I'm talking about the east side and the west side of the islands. I don't really need to tell you about the needs and backgrounds because I'm sure you guys understand that already. This is our solution for the pu'uhonua of Kauai is, you know, not just giving them a place to stay, but also giving them the resources to have basic human needs, which will actually help with them mentally and have them keep a job and all these things that they need to do in order to get housing. So that's really what we want to focus on. We do have projects like Kia Laula, Pu'oloke, you know, that help house houseless. But what do you do like in the middle of that? You just got out of a house. Like, what do you do? You know what I mean? So we went and visited a few people in Oahu. Kauhale is one of them. We visited Waianae. We visited Antivinas. And with all of that, it was really interesting because they all have different places and they run things differently. And here at Kauai, we also run things differently. So I know DHHL, I've talked with Kaipo before, and I think the biggest issue is the 50% Hawaiian, correct? To have housing. Is that correct? Yeah. So right now we have a chance to correct the history of Hawaiian homelands, because let's be real, 50% Hawaiian blood quantum individuals, like there's not very many left. My mother is one of them. And a lot of Kanaka people are suffering in homelessness. So we have now the governor's proclamation, which helps us to overcome many red tape guidelines, prevents us from helping displaced individuals. So we're able to do that now. So for me, I find this a time to make it right for our people by following our Ali'i decree, which is all Kanaka should have a home on these lands. I think that's super important. And this plan is made for displaced individuals as a temporary place to stay so they can continue to work. And we can accomplish this by continuing to work and assisting the displaced individuals alongside our current nonprofits, county agencies, and churches. You know, this is an unknown territory, so people are afraid. But if we're always afraid to step out and do what is right, how are we ever going to know, you know, how are we ever going to know how to fix things and go through? We need to do a process and just work through it. And we just gotta start with a good plan. And we, with a couple nonprofits that I'll introduce later, have came up with this. So I'm gonna go through the phases really quick because I'll go into it more detail later. But we have a couple different phases. First phase is pretty, it's pretty common sense. You need basic needs, water, food, right? Being able to get the resources. I've talked to other government and agencies who have explicitly told me that I should have them hide out in bushes and they shouldn't be gathered, which makes it hard for nonprofits and even them to access anything. So we created the first stage, which is getting them on the property immediately. And then the second phase, which is to start building on the land. And we do it in several different stages so that we can work together and it's not something that we have to wait a long time for. However, with the governor's proclamation, we can actually move a lot faster. So this is the stages. The first is immediate. We'll be moving online with tents. And I know Waianae is not the best, example. A lot of people have issues with it. The only difference is that when we worked with the people here, we really helped every week to help with the trash. So people are really responsible, and having somebody run it there would make it a little bit more cohesive with the rules. The second step is, of course, signing the lease agreements, which we got from Kauhale. And they would understand the rules of the property, just like any other lease agreements, break them up into sections. And then the third step would be to create little platforms so that we could get them off of the ground as we are slowly building up these platforms. The fourth step is going to be to put them on the land. So with this governor's decree, we can actually start building. The reason why we weren't able to move forward before is obvious reasons, density, health and safety laws that were in place, but now we can make it happen. But the conclusion of all of this is that, we want to be able to focus on the immediate needs and get everybody on the property. But of course, everybody wants to know, what do we do about the day-to-day, right? You get them on the land, what's going to happen? We obviously know there's going to be issues. And today we're asking for you guys to partner in this to getting land, because we do have people that are going to have signed up to help work with us on these things. Of course, we're going to start with the community rules, which I told you before. And then also we do know the concerns and the risks of the drug addiction problems and all those things. And in our business plan, we discuss it more in depth about how to deal with these kinds of things, because it is a disease. And working with the houseless, we've actually been able to give them a sense of pride and worth, where a lot of them have gotten back in jobs, have gotten back in housing, and have slowed down on drug addiction, not by telling them to stop, but by them making their own decisions, by gaining their self-worth again. So a part of the board of directors, just so you know who we are, is I'm the president of Eolopono. Dr. Nikki Cristobal, who owns Kamawai Lualani, is our VP, and she has a PhD in educational administration and policy. And Barbara Penn is our treasurer and secretary. You guys can read more about that as in the plan, so you guys can familiarize with yourself. These are all our partners. Now, this is a part I really want to get into, because I could tell you a whole bunch of things, right? But if I don't have the support system, I don't know if we could really go forward and do this. And, Kamawai Lualani is a nonprofit organization who's going to focus, later on, educating the tourists and locals through different nonprofits and workshops on the land. But Pau Kauai is one of our biggest partnerships, because they're the ones who help with the Habitat for Humanity. And he has helped Larry has helped give us a little outline of what it's going to look like if we were able to go through and build this under the governor's decree, which we only have a few months to do, right? Catholic Charities Hawaii is also a partner that we've been working with. They have been a huge part of the homeless community here in Kauai. They've even put together the Kauai Alliance Committee. YWCA is part of it. They go down to the houses, they check for domestic violence, and they even check on the children and all those kinds of things. We have multiple churches that are also coming there daily to come with them, to help doing trash runs. Ohana Christian Fellowship even gets them to volunteer at bathrooms to clean up the places, pick up trash, and then we also help with food and stuff like that. Women's in Need, of course, you guys heard of them. They're a big part in all of this. Nourish Kauai, we work closely with Carolyn. She helps with all the foods when we have to do stuff for storms. Project Vision, we've worked with the mobile showers, vision screenings. We're still waiting on KEO to confirm their part in it. Family Life Center, homeless and housing resources for family and children. And they're really good to help get the right resources to everybody. So I'm just gonna keep it going down. But all these people, the only way that we can service people is by finding them. If they're out in the boonies and in an unsafe place, it's never gonna work. And we know this by the pandemic. We had those little sources where we had people go. The only problem was that it wasn't organized. And people told us that they were never going to listen. They would never be a part of the community. And we have worked with them and showed people that they are human and they are willing to go the mile to get the support. This is a proposal from Pau Kauai. And they have written this to show that how much it will cost and how much little micro shelters that we could do for Pu'onua o Kauai. Now, we want to make this a place for all Native Hawaiians. And like I said, I know the law, and I'm sorry to say this, but doesn't mean the law is right. And I know that we know this, but it's not something that we want to fight. But I really believe under this governor's decree that this will be the first time that we can make it right for Hawaiian people. The ones that are waiting, we could take 50%ers first and then go down the line. We're looking at the east side of Kauai, but honestly, we are open because we have different people all over from the west side, south, east, and north shore that we currently work with. The project, this is going to be 20 homes at 120 square feet. And like I said, this is a temporary place. Okay.
Thank you.
We want to be able to do that. So this is what it would look like all
Thank you. I
together.
got to ask you to please start to conclude.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to go through this really fast. So pretty much, I think the best thing to do is just look at our full proposal, and then I can email it to you. And I know you guys had a long day, so this is like the last thing you guys really want to, listen to or deal with. But this is something that we're really passionate about, and we really need to start helping our people on the island. And I want to reach out to DHHL to ask for a partnership in land and working beside all of us so that we can help house some Kanaka people who are desperately in need in housing as they're waiting for housing units. So that is what I'm here for. And I really hope that you can take into consideration, what I have to say. And I thank you for even listening to me.
Much mahalo.
So if
Members,
you have any thoughts or feedback would be
any
great.
questions? I mean, for some years, I've been a longtime fan of Kauhale as a policy. Worked with the governor while he was lieutenant governor on an initiative in Waimanalo that's been absolutely successful and we believe can be duplicated elsewhere. Hopefully, the commission will consider policy going forward, at least to discuss the initiative. But It's worked in Waimanalo. It certainly can be duplicated elsewhere, but Kahale has a proven track record. Much mahalo for bringing this forward.
Yes, and I have met with Kauhale. I do have all of their notes. They are willing to duplicate it with me. So I just wanted to let that be known.
Thank you. Mahalo nui.
Thank you.
Steve Bess and Maxine Kaholeliu. So Steve Bess, followed by Maxine Kaholeliu, followed by Faith Chase. Okay, Maxine Kaholeliu. And just letting everyone know, trying to be liberal with the time limit, but once it's reached, I will ask folks to conclude, please.
I'm here.
Aloha, we can hear you. Please
Aloha.
proceed.
I can't, there's not enough time for my testimony and what you folks been through all day, and me too. I'm very tired, and I thought if I could get on next month's meeting, I'd like to do my testimony. Really, it's a very important one. I suffered 10 years already, and I want you all to hear it, not half. And I really look at you folks, and you guys are tired, and we should all just go next month already. Is that okay? Can I go on next month's agenda, Leah?
Absolutely.
Because you guys are tired,
Yes, you can.
and I want to express my mana'o and what I've been through with Department of Hawaiian Homes in the last 10, 12 years. Okay?
Can do.
Can I do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you ever so much. So I'll see you guys next month.
Thank you.
Leah. Okay, mahalo.
Auntie Maxine, thank you. Aloha, please proceed.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my notes here. Okay, well, I'm so sorry. I'm going to talk fast because I've been here with you all day and I sympathize. Thank you, Leah, for your organizing. Did Chair Anderson just take a break? Can you hear me? He can hear me.
Yep.
I'm sorry. You know, I know you've had a interesting couple weeks. I got to meet you at the Oahu Shaw policy training when you were running for office. But you're doing a great job with parliamentary procedure. Let me just say that. Forgive me, I've been here for a really long time. Just a second.
Understand.
Aloha commissioners, or what's left of you. My name is Faith Chase. I'm a full-time Kahikinui homesteader. I would like to speak quickly to the item F4 that you all voted on today. I do appreciate the agenda reordering and the unanimous vote to support the right of entry to Rojack trucking. And there is an important clarification that I must put on public record. I invested in this water delivery program because I helped the Kahikinui homesteader Samuel Hambeck fill out the initial grant program application. As Julie Cachola mentioned in the F4 presentation, the initial grant ask was very large. Because the Board of Reclamation Drought Emergency Relief Program did not have a monetary ceiling, he included many water efficiency pieces to the overall plan. The grant was morphed considerably, but the key piece is this. Due to the fact that Mr. Hambeck's initial watershed request was so large, in the purview of the watershed grant world, his watershed management plan is considered an existing plan. This means that To answer some of the questions that other commissioners asked earlier, this means that a reach can be made to the Board of Reclamation water efficiency grants that would ensure water delivery continues until such time that the watershed is restored and it can provide its own water from its own moku. While that is great news, I have the unfortunate duty to clarify some program parameters. The Board of Reclamation Drought Emergency Relief Program water must not be used in the current ungulate removal operatives. The ungulate management plan that was recently enacted in Kahikinui did not in fact have Kahikinui beneficiaries consensus. In fact, it radically departed sound science-based ideas on how to best care for the upper forest and animal life. I don't doubt this problem will be resolved soon. I don't doubt it. It will be resolved soon. But it's important for me to know that you know that I know that it's not equitable. I attended the Maui County Agricultural and Public Trust meeting and provided testimony to the Department of Land and Natural Resources, Scott Fretz, with respect to the failed watershed partnership, Leeward Haleakala Watershed Restoration Partnership, and that the decision to commence the present operations of ungulate removal did not receive full beneficiary reach. The ungulate removal operation was dangerously legitimized by leaning on the work of LHWRP, Leeward Haleakala Watershed Restoration Partnership. But it must be understood that they failed on their grant deliverables and was removed from the Maui County Watershed Partnership budget funding 2 years ago. That being understood, I again impress to you that the Board of Reclamation Drought Emergency Relief Program that is being delivered, water that is being delivered to serve homesteaders, not the anus ungulate removal operations that has a foul reminder of the long and frustrating history surrounding the bully-style Homestead Association president leadership. I have begged my Maui District Office to support this one Homestead Association by providing a parliamentarian. I have spoken to 3 of 5 board members and do feel confident in their decision-making. The bylaws need only be addressed and board training would be extremely advantageous. I have requested that the Maui District Office secure and find money to ensure that this group receives all the support they need. Because of the funk at one organization, by request and persuasion of another homesteader, I helped build another organization, Kahikinui Hawaiian Homestead Association, so that all homestead progress could be made and homestead needs met, such as the water delivery and grant writing. Both Kahikinui Homestead Associations are experiencing massive learning curves and foundation strengthening issues. One is rebuilding and one is new in its formation. In lieu of having a solid Kahikinui Homestead Association, I will continually be reminding all parties, agencies, decision makers that Kahikinui Homestead Associations are not the legal bodies to make decisions for the forest or the watershed management. The organization LIFE, Living Indigenous Forest Ecosystems, is. Only through this forest management organization or an organization that can truly hupai or carry the same missions can make recommendations for ungulate management, forest care, and homesteaders' watershed health. While this organization has been relatively dormant, the organization of LIFE needs to come back to life. I look forward to this body of commissioners to honor the Kahikinui Community-Based Economic Development and Makai Management Plan and support the health of the watershed, the Kahikinui Aquifer, and the Moku by supporting a properly equipped, experience-based, holistic, culturally sensible, and scientific-based organization such as LIFE, Living Indigenous Forest Ecosystems, or one that the founders would approve and align with. In closing, I just want to say that I will be bringing this updates about this to this body. And, you know, Chair Anderson, if he's still in the room, I don't know, bro, we could actually use your parliamentarian skills up on the mountain. So whatever your future holds, you might consider there be a job opening there. Thank you so much for your time. Have a restful evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Faith Chase, followed by Robert and Shermaine. Oh, I'm sorry. Robert and Shermaine. Oh, okay, there we go.
Hey, good morning, Commissioner. Can you go to the? All right. We're taking this time to bring attention to DHHL Chairman Anderson, the board and enforcement of our complaint of trespassing and vandalism being done on our property. We recently filed an initial complaint via email to DHHL enforcement on January 3rd, 2023, with reservations for additional documents to be submitted at a later date. In our quest to obtain police reports and write an explanation of our need to file a police report on January 20th, 2023, we dropped off a binder which included copies of police reports and a list of police reports regarding trespassing and vandalism that has occurred on our property since the beginning of 2018. Since dropping off our binder to Ross Capeleia, we have not received a response. We filed a complaint in September 2nd, 2021 against our neighbor manually pushing their flood water along our rock wall, which will erode the foundation. On September 19th, 2022, we filed a second complaint for the same issue, a year after informing DHHL enforcement about the floodwater issue and mentioned that we contacted the Department of Planning and Permitting. Casey Corpus of the Enforcement Department asked us to forward our correspondence with DPP along with DPP's recommendations. DHHL enforcement informed us that this is a civil matter and nothing was done to address or rectify the problem, although we recommended that the neighbor enclose their wall along our property, keeping their flood water on their property. We have taken our dilemma of trespassing and vandalism of our property to our representative, council member, Chief of Police Ballard, and the Nanakuli Neighborhood Board. We have come to learn that DHHL has a responsibility to protect Hawaiian homesteaders of trespassing and vandalism being done on DHHL property. We have had experience filing a complaint with DHHL and how enforcement lacks in response to homesteaders' concerns. With the severity of the family safety at stake, we are personally notifying DHHL of the criminal acts being committed. With a new commissioner on board who has experience in legislative decisions making, we feel DHHL is better equipped, and after 5 years of collecting evidence, DHHL can put an end to this criminal act. At this time, we would like to share our screen and give an example of damage trespassing that has been going on to our property. Can we do that?
Sure.
Okay. Can you put it up? Okay. This is our back fence. We filed a police report for people climbing over our fence, which is hidden behind of our tool shed. And this is the picture that we submitted with our police
We don't
report.
see any,
Oh,
we don't see any screen from you.
Oops, sorry, hold on just a minute. Are you able to see it now?
No.
Oh, shucks, what's happening? Sorry, just a minute.
Okay, please proceed. Now you're on mute, but we see your screen. Please turn off mute and proceed.
how's that? Can
Great.
you folks see?
Please proceed.
Okay, so this is a picture that we submitted with our police report of people climbing over our fence and trespassing and vandalizing our property. This was in September of 2022. And this is from a later one of,
This is the same day.
yeah, same day. And then go.
So this is in December of 2022.
No, 23, yeah. Oh, 22.
Yeah, so this fence is starting to lean over,
Yeah,
so people climbing over. And this is what happened on February 12th. So because of the ongoing climbing over the fence, this is what has happened to our fence.
Yeah.
So this is just one of the instances of the damage and vandalism that's been happening to our property. We've had multiple, we've had burglaries, break-ins, attempted burglaries, vandalism to our vehicles. From when we dropped off the binder with Ross in when was it, January?
Yeah.
We have filed 3 additional reports for vandalism to our vehicles
And
and trespassing. So this is an ongoing issue that has been happening since what we've noticed from 2016, but we have started filing reports since 2018.
Yeah, so we're here to bring light to DHHL and hoping that enforcement can come and investigate, because our property, I mean, is taking some a lot of damage, and it's something that we constantly have to fix, pay for, and it's an ongoing thing. So we would really appreciate if enforcement could come and investigate.
Thank you very much. Yes, we'll get with the enforcement team and share this.
Will we be notified somehow, emailed on as to the procedures and when?
We'll share the information with enforcement team and follow up with you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Mahalo.
Thank you. So members, we've come to the end of our agenda. Thank you very much, members. We're adjourned.
Oh, Kalamai, I'm here. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Yeah. Just kidding.
I know, sorry.
It's okay. It's a long day. Aloha kako. You know,
So
no,
sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay.
You poor
Everybody had
thing.
a long everybody had a long day. And as I sit here and I listen, and like Auntie Maxine, I had a mo'olelo to tell, but at the same time, I try and put my concerns in the scope of the larger beneficiary concerns. And I feel for everyone. And I'm so sorry to take one more minute of your time.
All good.
I'd like to say aloha to our Kia Malama, Aina Pula Pula. I'd like to take a minute to share an update about Maha. And I'm sad to see that the staff has gone, because I really wanted to thank them, the planning department, Julie and Andrew, for our January Honua Iakea process, and in partnership with EKF, the Edith Kanaka Foundation, and the group G70. We had a 2-day workshop at the ending of January. And it was a great opportunity for Maha and our community to step away from our everyday mundane community routine and concerns. We're always focusing on where is the ROE, where are we with leases, what's happening with the trespassing issues. And so it was refreshing for us as a group to look at the mele and oli of our kupuna and the mo'olelo of our ahupua'a of Waiakea. And through this process, the Honua Iakea process with EKF, we identified as a community the kapus and the kanawai that are important to us as a community and that we see is important to the land at King's Landing. And I just want to share that my favorite kapu that I pulled out of the chant Hulihia Ilalo Iwaiakea is Oho'olele Yau O Kaleyau O Pa'oa O Pa'oa Aula Ilonoe. Now, Pa'oa, we know, is the staff that Pele brings with her on her journey from Kahiki to Hawaii to establish our islands. And Pa'oa is the staff that's used for Pele to know the suitable place for volcanic eruption. And so what's very interesting is that the Pa'oa really is the process that the lava looks and navigates its way underneath the earth to then erupt. And once the lava has hardened and we have Aina, then that same pathway becomes a pathway for our fresh water and our underground aquifer. And so it became very important to us as a community to identify Pa'oa as that process because we're surrounded by alkaline ponds. And so this is one of the kapu that we as a community identified is very important for us to conserve our alkaline ponds. The second kanawai that supports our kapus that we identified in this process came from the Kulia chant. And it reads, "Na ke aloha ikono ehele maiau o hi'iaka, I ke aloha kahanau." And that this aloha talks about or describes the kanawai that will help the people of King's Landing secure the kapus of our island, of our Aina. And that in this process of aloha, that we bring attention and awareness of our nature and our natural resources. And that is the aloha. Building our spirituality to space, our reciprocity, and building connection and ownership of place is that aloha that we provide to our Aina. And so mahalo again to the planning department for guiding us through this process. It was very uplifting for us as a community. I hope that's uplifting news for us on this long day. And I also just like to ask in closing, if the Provisional Investigative Committee of King's Landing, the Phase 2, and the Land Management Division, if they had an opportunity to meet to discuss the undivided interest, to discuss the MOU with Parks and Recreation for the securing of our gates, and also the MOU with HPD to begin the trespassing process, because we still have non-MAHA members in King's Landing that are not covered under our current right of entry residing in King's Landing. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui. And so sorry again for all the delay. And thank you very much for sticking with us. Members, any questions?
Well,
Commissioner
Aina, aloha,
Kaliki.
mahalo. Yeah, no, Aina did ask if the PIG had met again, and we have not, Aina. But that's something that we need to consider to follow up. I do know, I did get communications from Civil Defense and from the district office about the, not your guys' gate, but it's a different gate. So yeah, erase that. But anyway, we will have to reconsider and get back. There's Commissioner Owo and I that's left on the PIG, and we can brief chair and see when we can meet again.
Mahalo nui.
Thank you, Aina.
Aloha. Aloha.
Ahuiho, aloha. Leah? Anyone? Okay. Okay, members. Now we've reached the end of our agenda and we will adjourn.